Okay, there we go. Got that set up. Oh, I might still need my mouse. This is a professional operation, everybody. I am a professional YouTuber. I make no money from anything I do. Here we go. Okay, so back at it again today. I'm going to work on the Porphyrion some more. One of the things I'm going to be trying to do today is going to be working on magnetizing the missile launcher. Now, maybe, theoretically, possibly, I should have figured that out beforehand, but that's fine. What I need to do is get some water boiling here, actually. So, get that on. There we go. Got that rocking and rolling. Pick up my big ass box of spruce. Okay, so I'm gonna work on magnetizing the Porphyrion today. Got to magnetize the missile launchers, which I am very much looking forward to doing. But I have to bend the missile pods back into shape because they are a little bit warped, unfortunately. So, and should I have gotten everything I needed before I hit start on the stream? Maybe. We'll see. There we go. So, we'll get to it then. I am actually very excited about this today. I've gotten a long way on finishing up the body here, which is something that I can't believe I'm actually saying. I'm holding one of my favorite models of all time, and it's almost ready. But I need that missile pod magnetized, and then I've got to put the armor plating on the back, which it's not that big of a deal. Hey, good morning, Stolas. Hey, how's your cat doing? I meant to ask you. Is everything going okay? I hope so. Move my monitor a little bit. Actually, let's move it quite. There we go. That's much better. Yeah, I just wanted to know how was the vet yesterday? Did everything go okay? Been more than a little concerned. See how this fits. Wrong way, because I'm dumb. Fits pretty good in there. The cat's a little old, so she gets medicine for her thyroid now, but otherwise she's really good. That's really good, man. I'm glad to hear that. We actually had a little bit of drama with our cats this morning. The kittens. Okay, you're going to love this. So we have this big playpen that we put in our living room for the kittens. And they love to climb on the side of it. And they discovered that that's actually something that they can do to pass the time and have a lot of fun, right? Turns out they cut enough small holes in it with their claws that the puppy was able to force his way through the holes and eat all the cat food. So I had to quickly replace that this morning, and I got lost in the sauce on getting that ready and forgot to start stream on time. She's lost a little weight, so you were worried, but otherwise she seems really healthy. Well, good, man. I'm really glad to hear that, dude. I didn't get a good resolution from you yesterday as to what happened with your cat, and I just wanted to hope everything was going okay. I'm glad to hear that everything is going okay, which is really, really good. So, today, as I mentioned a few times at the start of the stream, my main goal is to focus on getting my Porphyrion magnetized. Hey, Miri! Actually, just talking with Miri in the Discord server, which was a lot of fun. Let's see, which one do I want to try? I think this one's about the right size. So, plan for today is perfect. Is going to be working on getting my Porphyrion's missile system magnetized so I can swap it out as necessary. I appreciate that. My cat's my actual best friend. Dude, I get it, man. My childhood dog Spike, he died a few years ago. He died in 2018. I had to put him down on Christmas Eve. And it tore me up for a long time. So, and a lot of people don't get it when it comes to animals, that they're more than just pets, that they're family members and they're friends. And I understand that more than most. I had people that judged me like, oh, why are you crying? It was just a dog. But to me, that was my best friend. And I love my pets. And my dog Chewy now, I love him to death. He's one of my favorite animals ever. I'm going to be lost when he's gone, finally. But I totally understand, 100%. Did I ever find the last cannon? Final, I have torn this room apart. And I cannot find the last cannon. I have suffered multiple apocalypses with this Porphyrion. Ah, whoo! Motherfucker, that's hot. And that's not even the tip. Get out of there. Son of a bitch, that burned. Ow. So no, I did not find the last cannon. The only thing I can come up with is the puppy might have eaten it. Which is the only thing that makes any kind of monicum of sense. So, but it's okay. I could just run it with the autocannons on it. And have no worries. What the hell is wrong with people? Whoever said that to you is ignorant and cruel. I agree. I agree with you. Yeah, it was rough, and my buddy Josh, he's experienced the exact same thing. He had a dog, name was Zeus. Zeus was his emotional support animal. He was an actual ESA. He needed it. He was really depressed, and Zeus was like a godsend for him. But he had basically a version of epilepsy because he had suffered from seizures, and really bad seizures, by the way. And one day he had a seizure that he just never came back from. Like, he was never the same. He was kind of just like on autopilot. And Josh had to put him down, and he couldn't be there because he couldn't do it emotionally. Like, his dad had to go. Josh was an absolute wreck, and someone said the same thing to him, and I agree. Like, it's one of the cruelest things anyone can say. And it just shows that some people still don't get it, you know, and it's unfortunate that that's the case. But that's pretty good. It's not all the way depressed like I need it to be, but that's okay. Yeah. Sorry, Miri. Yeah, I'm doing some file work to try to fix up the magnets on this thing. So I'm having to do a lot of... Oh, wow. I just sent my magnet flying and caught it with my hand. Don't mean to make anyone feel inadequate, but I might be a god. This has gotten a little loose. There we go. I had... Actually, when I lost Spike... My boss at the time was actually some of the most understanding people. I called her, and it was... She didn't like me very much, but she was very understanding. I called her and told her, like, I was at the vet. I was like, I just put my dog down. I'm not doing okay. I don't think I can come into work tomorrow. And she told me that's fine, and that, you know, she hoped I'm okay, and she needed if I needed someone to talk to, I was there. She was there for me. And she didn't like me. And it was really one of the nicest things a total stranger has ever done for me. And I was very touched by that, and she was one of the most understanding people. She actually got me a card to say she was sorry, and I hope everything gets better, and that, and because she was a huge dog person herself, and it was one of the most touching things a stranger's ever done for me, truly. Nice bosses are rare, and the fact that she didn't even like me, and she was nice, and just really like changed my perspective on the whole job. I worked at a pharmaceutical warehouse, so my job was packing pills into 30-day cards, but it was a pharmaceutical warehouse specifically that worked for like the Department of Corrections. So we would fill out prescription drugs for convicts and whatnot, and she was like super supportive the whole time when that happened, and gave me a few days off, and then I'd have random moments where I'd just break down crying, and she said, take your time. You know, I was like, and it was really, really nice, and it completely changed my mind around. I would never go back to that job. I hated it, and like I said, she didn't really like me, but she was really one of the nicest things about the job. Truly was one of the most touching moments I've ever had. Okay, we're going to do a little bit of surgery here. So I'm not going to make this magnet fit fully in there. The resin's a lot thinner here than I thought it would. It actually went through around this missile. I'm going to glue the magnet down in here, and then I'm going to drill a hole in the base where this missile launcher is going to go. And I'm going to put the magnet in that hole here, and I'm going to put some paint so I can actually measure where I need to put the hole. I had a boss like that where she really didn't like me, but she was a solid boss. Yeah, she was a really, really nice boss. Hopefully, the company was not doing very well at the time, so hopefully she's doing okay. She, bit of a slave driver. But not in like a cruel way. Just, she demanded pretty much perfection. So. Which, you know what, that's her right. It was a warehouse job. It really wasn't like a touchy-feely kind of place. And I've worked with some really shitty bosses. I currently work for a really shitty boss. But the job's really, really good. I say that, I don't think my boss will actually watch this, but he does know my name on Instagram. He might, so no one clip this. Someone has to be a boss. The boss, it's not a popular position. Exactly. I'm going to be somebody's terrible boss one day. My dream, I say my dream, but like my plan is I want to open a restaurant. I get to retire as long as my years of service to the county that I work for and my age, if those two numbers equal 60, I can retire. So I get to retire as early as 45, because that's 15. Yeah, I've worked a warehouse packing. It's a hard job. Yeah, I had a really cushy packing job. It was pharmaceuticals. I just ran a machine that put pills into the cards, sealed the cards up, and then sometimes I picked the drugs that needed to be picked and then sent them out on a shipping line. So it really wasn't that bad. It was very mind numbing, and they didn't like you being on your phone. And I always just sat on my phone so I can listen to podcasts or something to pass the time. So I had to sneak watching my phone. Wizard, I'm looking at how people painted their Thousand Suns now, and I'm fully and I fully blame you. You know what, Mary? I accept. All right, let's see if I can get that piece out now. But you know what? I have made a lot of friends there that I haven't kept up with at all. I'm just terrible at being in communication with people. It's a curse I've had since I was young. My wife drives my wife crazy. Alright, let's try that. I'd help if I turn that off. Alright, let's keep the polarity the same on the magnets, Zach. What do you say? Perfect. Well, I have always been really bad at keeping up with people. I spent last night reading about the Night Lords campaigns. My dreams were weird. Let me tell you. You want to talk about weird? I take a medication my doctor prescribed to me. It's technically a blood pressure medication, but I take it to help protect my kidneys. I don't need to get too deep into the weeds. But, full disclosure, I am fat. I don't think that's a shock to anybody in my personal life. I ended up getting diagnosed with, I wanted to ask you if they were weird, but it's not. You're darn right. So I'm fat. It's not a shock to anybody. My wife would disagree with me if she was watching this, but she's about to be leaving and driving home. So thank God she's not listening. So I've lost a lot of weight in the last few months. I've lost about 50 pounds, which is great. I'm actually like sizing down in clothes for the first time in a very, very long time, which is awesome. But part of that was I did not take care of my health, and I ended up getting diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, which was honestly one of the best things for me, because now that the option for not taking care of myself has been removed from the table, I've actually been able to take care of myself quite well. What's great about that is I've been losing weight. I'm in remission on my type 2 diabetes diagnosis. My A1C is down to normal levels. My blood sugar's been down to normal levels, and I only just passed that threshold. So I'm really not like in a bad spot health-wise, and I may not have to worry about diabetes for the rest of my life, which is awesome. But part of that is they give you a medication called Losartan. Now, it's to help regulate your blood pressure, but it also is to protect your kidney function if you have diabetes. It also gives you a very rare side effect that less than 1% of people ever experience, is it gives you very weird and vivid nightmares. And I am one of 2 people this doctor in her 20 years of medicine has ever seen get nightmares from Losartan. I had a dream the other night. You talk about weird dreams. Here it goes. I had a dream that I was trapped in like a warehouse, but everything was made out of lima beans. Like it was like a texture, like in a video game. It was like a texture, but it was lima beans. And my wife was possessed by the spirit of JFK, and she was trying to murder me with a fire axe. And I had no idea what was happening. That's fantastic. Your sister's having similar experience with her diabetes? Yeah, I mean, it's weird. In the weirdest way possible, it was a blessing for me. Because I get to finally get healthy. I mean, with the aid of medication. But I'm losing weight. I'm watching what I eat. I'm watching how much I eat. I need to get back. I've gotten a little lax around my birthday, and I need to get back to being, stronger than I had been. But yeah. Oh shit, my sister-in-law just started that, man. It's a very rare side effect. I cannot tell you. That is indeed a weird dream, man. Dude, I woke up and I was like, what the fuck? Like, I had no idea what was happening. I was like, this is... Man, I needed a second when I woke up. Okay. Perfect. All right. Kind of perfect. That didn't really work out the way I needed it to. So, just so we're... Like, her diagnosis really helped her get healthier. That's awesome. That is awesome, though, man. I mean, like, and it's the thing. Like, for me, as long as the choice was there, I wasn't making the decisions I needed to. Permanent diabetic risk, because I understand insulin levels as a side thing or another chronic thing. Yeah, I mean, my issue is soda. I love Coca-Cola too much, and that's my problem. To the point where I also have an aspartame allergy, which, I mean, you're like, oh man, you're just getting it from all angles. But my mom has always had an aspartame allergy. I inherited that aspartame allergy. And I, like, forced myself to drink small amounts of Coke Zero. My medication is just means I can't eat wheat without it going out fast again. Thank you for that, Miri. That's a mental image I didn't know I wanted in my life. Oh, yeah, aspartame. So I actually, like, forced myself to drink small amounts of Coke Zero to get over the aspartame. Kind of like exposure therapy. Let me tell you, I still have it. If I drink enough Diet Coke, it's a problem. But I tell you what, no, man. I could drink Coke Zero, and it is saving my life. I guarantee it. To the point where I'm going to get a couple of bottles of Coke Zero later today. So, we shall see. I can see the shape. I just need to smear that paint just a little bit. Miri is a wheat rock. Maybe that's just the German space program. It's just giving Miri enough wheat that they send Germany to the moon. Yeah, it's fine. We'll use this one. It's not that big of a deal. Okay. So, my plan is... That's a very sanitized way of saying it. Well, Miri, you don't really give us much of a choice on that, do you? But a wizard, how easy can you get a low sugar fruit juice and sparkling water? Pretty easily. I mean, I live literally right next to a Walmart here. So, like, I live just around the corner from one, so I can get one relatively easily. But the truth is, like, I've done sparkling water. It's actually cheaper for me to buy Coke Zero than it is for sparkling water here. Weirdly enough. It's always about poo with the Germans, I swear. Well, you know, like my favorite fake German word for toilet is Poopenfaten. Miri, I'm sending you a YouTube video in the Discord general that you remind me of. Is it the clip from Drawn Together in the movie where they have the South Park chick with a rocket made out of with a corn in the shape of corn that flies to the moon based off of cow poop? Because that's what she's reminding me of right now. As a person that does not see mental images, I usually get really descriptive. That's fair. Nah, Castle Crashers? Is it the deer from Castle Crashers? At least we both went somewhere with poop shooting out. All right, Stolas, I have a confession to make for you. Okay. I need to make sure that you're there when I say this. All right, because if you're not, I'm only gonna say it once. That's unique, so you can't just visualize in your mind's eye. Yeah, some people are like that. I have a friend who doesn't have an internal monologue. It actually isn't unique, but the people that can't visualize stuff don't know others can actually do that. What you do is, bro, I'm on the edge of my seat. Okay, finally. I just wanted to make sure that you were there and paying attention. All right, listen. My news for you is this, okay? There are two ways that I will concede the point that chaos is awesome. All right? Two ways, and only these two ways, okay? So, way number one. If they ever make a model range in 40K of the Alpha Legion, I'm probably buying it. Okay? The other way is the Red Corsairs. If somebody sends me, like, the Marauders, you know, with Huron Blackheart and all of that, because I kind of think the models are pretty dope. So I'm going to be honest with you. I might get those at some point, too. As long as it's not about worshiping the Chaos Gods, and it's about something else, I might actually concede the point that Chaos is pretty dope. Okay, but those are the only ways. I won't betray my God Emperor too much. Also, I might be slightly convinced that the Alpha Legion might be secretly loyalists, so good luck with that. But yeah, no, I do think Alpha Legion are pretty cool. Just gotta widen that hole a little bit. If Huron just usurped Abaddon, I think it would make a lot of people happy. I'm one of those people. Actually, I think Huron Blackheart and the whole Bad Ab War is actually really cool. I like Abaddon, but if that's where the story went, I wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't be mad either, honestly. Look, Abaddon's pretty cool. He had his fun, but, like, we have to admit to ourselves, Huron Blackheart's pretty dope. Maybe send you some Pathfinders. Are you gonna send me some Tau? Please don't. I have standards. Wait a second. I don't think I've done this correct. I have a soft spot for rage bait characters, and Abaddon is great for it. You're not wrong. That seems like such a Stolas thing to do, but you're not wrong. Abaddon is kind of the king of rage bait. I have to be honest with you. No, I take that back, actually. Abaddon is the queen of rage bait, because the king of rage bait is still Erebus. Still Erebus. I do not speak that blasphemy in my chat, Final, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Telling people I love Tau. Oh, get out of here with that absolute malarkey. Never mind, Stolas. Never mind. All right. If we're making poker card references, Abaddon's now the Jack of Rage Bait, because the true queen of Rage Bait is in this chat right now. You son of a bitch, Final. Erebus does suck, and I'll have you know, my dad in real, thanks to this community, okay, thanks to the people here right now, my dad unironically says he's gonna go take an Erebus now. So, congratulations, you people did that. I'm proud of you guys. Also, fuck you, Final. I'll be honest with you, though. My buddy Edward loves Tau. He genuinely does. He's collecting an army of Tau right now. I actually joked that I love Tau so much that I will create an army of Tau. I promise you it will happen. I will make an army of Tau one day, but it will not have a single Tau model in it. I will kit bash an entire 2,000-point army of Tau that are just auxiliaries. I'm proud of your dad, frankly. My dad is fantastic. I love my dad. He's so good. He's actually, after the cruise, one of the things that we're doing, so one of the two things that we're doing, we are doing a book club. He's going to be leading the book club, he and I both, and he's going to pick the first book, which will be One of the Horse Heresy novels, I'm sure. And then after that, we're going to open it up for the community, and we'll vote on what book it's going to be. But one of my favorite things about this is he's actually going to show up on stream. We're going to go buy Space Marines, some models of Space Marines. I'm going to set my setup here. I'm going to have a dual camera setup on the table, and we're going to build Space Marines together. I'm going to have my own Space Marines. I'm buying the Death Watch kill team. He's going to buy some intercessors. And he's going to build them and paint them on stream, just to prove to people that if even he can do it, a man who's never built a model, a man who's only ever painted one model, and that was a D&D figure, and he hated it so much, the end result, he hated it so much that he said he would never do it again. He's going to do it on stream just to prove to people that if he can do it, anyone can do it. So, I'm very much looking forward to seeing Space Dad or Papa Wizard. I believe Papa Wizard was the name we ultimately agreed on. Here, the community, which is awesome. And we're going to do that together. It'll be a lot of fun. And then, of course, Final has been... I don't know if Shelob's going to show up today. I would love it if Shelob showed up. Shelob's great people. Has been talking with Shelob in the Discord and conniving away for us, my entire family, to get Dark Heresy and do a Wizard family playthrough of Dark Heresy, the spiritual successor to Rogue Trader, I guess. Hey, Luke, what's going on, man? I'm doing great, man. How about you? Shout out to Luke, by the way. I was just hanging out playing Rogue Trader in the Discord. Luke hopped in and said hi for a little bit, which is awesome. So, hopefully I didn't get you in trouble with your mom too much for staying up too late, bud. Oh, man. I'll tell you what. This is the most nerve-wracking thing I've done with this model yet. It's the most nerve-wracking thing I've done with any model yet. I have magnetized many models, some too much. But this is an $800 model, and I'm really scared to fuck it up. Like, really scared. But I'm going to power through my fear and magnetize the missiles so I can say I did it. I'm doing pretty good. Sorry I missed your last stream. I was playing Minecraft and didn't hear the notification on my phone that started streaming. That's all right, Luke. It's no big deal. I'm glad you're here now. No worries on having to apologize to me, my guy. You don't owe me a darn thing. You can do whatever you want. Although, I'm glad to see you here today, and thank you for joining us. My drill bit has gotten loose. I need to tighten that down, because I do not want to go flying off and hit me in the face. Thanks, I'll be able to chat. Awesome. I don't think the magnet's gonna fit in there. I think it's too elongated. I'll need to widen it out just a little bit. No, it does. Okay. But I must go deeper. Too much because I'm building my new Imperial Knight. Dude, which one did you get? Or which one are you building? If it's a Questoris, it could be anything. You know, speaking of, actually, I had a thought occur to me the other day that I am genuinely interested in. I don't know. Is anyone here familiar with the Warlord Titan, the Sinister pattern? Final Stolas, anybody? By the way, Wizard, do you plan to stream next Thursday? I do. I plan on streaming next Thursday. I plan on streaming... Hopefully by next Thursday this is finished. And I'll at least be most of the way through my Castigator. But I will be streaming... let me look at my calendar, actually. Because I have to do that now. The what? It's called the Warlord Sinister pattern. Yes, I plan on streaming next Thursday. I plan on streaming next Thursday and Monday on the 11th, actually. I will be streaming most of the day that day because I will be off. Because that will be the first day of my vacation. Because the very next day, I'm flying out to Seattle for my honeymoon. You're not really sure you've read about it before? Okay. Final. Do you remember the Warlord Sinister, if you're still there? It is a variant of the Warlord Titan. It is both heretic and not. There are no rules for it, unfortunately, in 40K. So you can buy the model, but there's no rules for it. They announced like in 2017 they were going to do it. It is one of the more interesting versions of the Warlord Titan. Congratulations, by the way. Thank you, Luke. I'm really excited about my cruise. I'm going to see if I can pull up a picture of it, actually, because this is actually fascinating. Let me see here. Let me just pull this up. We're going to drag this over here. Let's close my Steam down. I don't know why that's still... I know why it's still open, actually. Alright, yeah, give me 2 seconds. You're going to love this, actually. Come over here to my other monitor. Take my mouse with me. Okay. This is... Yeah, okay, I was muted the whole time. That's great. OBS still fucking up. Thank you for that update, guys. Anyway, the reason I brought that up, okay, so there's a generator right above the Titan itself that I was trying to highlight on the back. It's a psionic Titan, okay? The reason the Psi Titan is so cool, in my opinion, yeah, I know, I agree. I don't know what's going on. OBS it's still recognizing my audio capture. It's just not broadcasting onto YouTube. And I don't want to fiddle with it because I'm probably going to have to shut down the stream. Anyway, it's really it's a Psi Titan. That's the Warlord Sinister. That's what it looks like. In the center of that thing is an army of psychers, essentially 1,000 psychers that are hooked up to the generator in the center of that thing. And the reason the head is blank on it versus other Warlord Titans is there's literally a psyker blank that's sitting in there that's shielded from the rest of the psionic energy that pilots the Warlord Titan. The reason... Oh, yeah. No, they're great. 1,000 of them that are chained up to it and are being tortured, by the way. So the psionic energy can be absorbed by the Titan. Reason that's important is it's awesome. It's freaking dope. There's Trader Titans. They say they were working on a version of it for 40K. You can buy the whole Warlord Titan model. It's like $2,500. In 2017, they said they were working on parts for the full Warlord kit so you can build the Warlord Sinister. It has been now 9 years, and we still have not heard anything as to whether or not they're even working on it, so probably not happening anymore. Why do I bring this up? I had a thought the other day. Also, Luke, I'm sorry. I saw that you were working on the Acheron. That's awesome. I actually finished my Acheron. I need to get it primed so I can put it together. Ow. I think I have some resin dust in my eye. That's awesome. Anyway, so I brought all that up because I think it's a really dope model. Why don't we have a Psionic Knight? Like, why don't we have a Psyker Knight? Like, there's, like, some justifications in the lore that maybe Knights don't trust Psykers or anything. And Night Worlds don't because of Old Knight and all of that. Anyway, that's not that's important. Wizard, you're going to go build the Knight so you'll be able to talk and chat too much, so you'll be listening. No worries, brother, man. Go build your Knight. Go build your Acheron. I'm just glad you're here. It's a really cool Titan. I love the Titan. I'd love to see a Knight, though. I think a Psyker Knight would be awesome. But the only way, and this is probably a point in Stolas's hat, another feather in his hat. The only Psyker Knights that exist are the fucking Knight Ruinator of the Chaos Knights. There's no Psyker Knight for the Imperial Knights. I don't know why. It saddens me. I want a Psyker Knight. That would be awesome. But yeah, I just thought it'd be cool. But yeah, the Warlord Sinister. It's something that not a lot of people know about. That there's an actual Psyker Warlord Titan. And I just think it would be dope. Dope to see that. That wouldn't explain why Chaos Knights don't use sorcerers, though. Well, they have, like, the Knight Ruinator uses psychic powers, but I don't think a sorcerer pilots it. I don't know. I truly... But yeah, they're the only ones that have any kind of, like, psyker... I'm going to use a dry brush for the absolute wrong thing. But yeah, they don't... I don't know. I don't know why. It's just... GW is weird. I also sometimes feel like for a multi-billion-dollar company, they're allergic to money. That plays into the Empire being stagnated by the ecclesiarchy. You're not wrong, but I think it is kind of silly because they've been expanding so much. Here's the thing, right? They have stagnated. You're absolutely correct. I cannot even argue the point against you being right about the stagnation thing. You're 100% correct. Guilliman has been reforming the Imperium, though. Has been reforming the Imperium to the point where he's kind of like forced major changes and advancement even in technology. You have spare dry brushes for that very reason? Yeah. Well, it's a lot of fun. I'm not going to lie, using dry brushes for things that they're not supposed to be used for. Courtesy of the Army Painter, ladies and gentlemen, I believe. Well, actually, I bought them from Army Painter store, but I think it's Fumui is the name of the brand. Alright. With more Psykers being born now, they need to find a better way to process Psykers. Well, I mean, to be fair, the more Psykers are being born, you are correct, but also... Again, also, the Emperor is now eating over 10,000 Psykers a day. At least the Astronomicon is probably extra hungry. Exactly. Well, I literally just played into what I said, yeah. Perfect timing, Stolas, you beautiful bastard. Okay. We're going to try this. I'm going to, I went to the vocal fry range there, and I sounded like the narrator from Law and Order. These are their stories. Okay. I think that'll work. Okay, so if I can keep it like that, then here's what I'm going to do. A A bad time to be a psyker, huh? Yeah, it really is. The Emperor's eating over 10,000 psychers a day. You know, the original lore said it was 1,000 psychers, but 10,000 is like nothing really. That's likely millions of psychers being born every day. Well, yes, but think about it. The psychers on Terra. 10,000 psychers on Terra being eaten a day. Psychers are maybe, what, 0.001% of the population of the galaxy. But that does kind of pale in comparison when we're talking... Son of a bitch. That does kind of pale in comparison when we're talking about a galaxy of quadrillions of people, you know. But it does mean a lot when we're talking about a singular planet. Eventually, they're not going to be able to keep up with the demand of the Astronomicon and the Emperor on the Golden Throne. And when that happens, then what? That's the real question. That's the real concern. Oh, no. Oh, fuck. Well, shit. That just happened. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to break those apart. Damn you, magnetic pole. You son of a bitch. Alright. I'm going to try that. I'm going to have no choice, I think. I'm going to have to just be very careful. Okay. There we go. Well, I think that'll work. That's why they have the blank ships, I thought, to supplement Terra Psyker's population. Exactly. But it's slow. It's slow going, right? The supply on Terra is slowly dwindling, and they're relying a lot on the supply on Terra right now. They do have blank ships that supplement the Psykers, and it's working. But the amount of Psykers that die to be sacrificed to the Golden Throne, that is increasing, and eventually demand is going to outpace the supply. And when that happens, that's when bad things begin to occur for the population of the galaxy as a whole. I'm very curious to see how that's gonna be affected. That was almost perfect. Magnets. Let's get to the top of the hole there. No, do not do that. Do not do that, you fucker. Down in there. What do I need? I need something. I need something not overly magnetic. I might try these curved tweezers because I might be able to use these. Man, if only Magnus didn't do everything wrong, huh? You know, see, here's the thing. See, I like to take the meme and run with it myself. Magnus did, in fact, do nothing wrong. Because he was told to do nothing, and he did that wrong. Magnus really screwed the pooch for pretty much everybody. Way to go, Magnus. You dipshit. Love him, though. We love our Magnus, our little Maggie Poo. He's just also really dumb. Alrighty. Let's color that on there. Well, I love... You know, that's actually an interesting port. Let me ask you this, Stones. Who's your favorite Primarch? I don't know if I've asked you that question. I'm very curious, Mr. Chaos. Who's your favorite Primarch? I know who Finals is. That's an easy one to guess. Captain Blueberry over there. I know who his favorite is. But what's yours? What's everyone else's here? Corvus, he's so interesting. You know, I agree with you. Corvus is a rather interesting character. I wish they would use him more, is my problem. I feel like he's a relatively one-note character, and that's just because I don't think GW knows exactly how to use him. He has a lot of untapped writing potential at this point. Can you stop reading my damn mind for 2 seconds? He does. He has a lot of untapped writing potential at this point. He's really great. As far as Primarchs whose story is done, you love Mortarion, really? I think Mortarion's okay, I guess. You like Arson in games? I don't know, Mary. You seem like you might like Arson in real life. I'm not sure. Mortarion reminds me too much of Perturabo. Like, his argument as to why the Emperor sucks, to me, is pretty weak. It's the same argument that Perturabo had, and I'm like, it's okay. You could just say that you're a see you next Tuesday and we'll be all right with it. But I have to admit, he's got the drip. I love Chaos. Perturabo does look dope with the artwork that they dropped, and same thing with Mortarion. They both look really, really good. I'll say, you know what though? I'm gonna take that back. I think Mortarion has probably one of the most tragic falls, in my opinion, because despite the fact that Mortarion fell to Chaos, he fell to Chaos to save his men. He did it because he didn't have a choice. Typhon really just screwed him and the rest of the Death Guard over. Another reason why Erebus sucks. But that really wasn't Mortarion's fault. He did it to save his men, and I can't fault a man for that. Mortarion, he just has the father issues. And he's a bad father figure to Typhus. He's generational trauma. But the same thing is true for Angron. Angron's generational trauma. Angron is the generational trauma of physical abuse. He's also one of the most tragic Primarchs, especially considering what he was supposed. Assuming the stories are true, that what he was supposed to be, and his role in the Imperium, and versus what he became, it's just real tragic. Angron never had a choice, though. Well, no, you're right. That's the tragedy of Angron. Mortarion could have changed. He could have, and he should have changed. Same thing with Perturabo. Although Perturabo gets in his own way more than anything else. He can't. Perturabo has the same problem, I think. Not actual problem, but from a personality perspective, has the same problem, I think, that Conrad Kurz had. Conrad Kurz. Angron and Kurz are the most tragic because they never got a shot to be an actual human. You know what? I could see that argument. In my opinion, I'm gonna have to caveat this. My opinion is the most tragic Primarch was Fulgrim. Now hold on, before I get lambasted and slaneshed in the comments. The original story of Fulgrim was he was possessed by a keeper of secrets through the Lair Blade. And his fall wasn't even his choice. He was robbed of his humanity. They later retconned it where Fulgrim managed to swap places back with the demon, and now he's in the pilot seat, which I think undermines the true tragedy of his story. And GW just can't help themselves; they have to. But I agree with you. Angron and Kurz are pretty tragic, but I disagree with you that Kurz never had a shot to be an actual human. I think he did. Kurz is, in my eyes, as bad as Perturabo. And I have my reason for saying that. So, in one of the stories that they did, with his origin and all of that, Kurz had a boy that he had at his mercy, right? And he saw 2 visions of the future, right? One vision, he showed him of this boy becoming a devout follower of his and spreading his name and glory and across the entire world of, was it Nocturne? Or is that the Salamanders one? I can't remember. I always get the 2 mixed up. But spreading Kurz's glory as the Night Haunter and becoming a devout follower of his and creating this benevolent, like, I would say benevolent, I mean, as benevolent as you can with Kurz, but creating this, like, religious movement and spreading his word far and wide, and he conquered the world much sooner than he actually did in the end. And then the other one was this boy stabs him with a knife and wounds the Night Haunter and then ends up getting away, which then he goes out and tells everybody, like, yeah, he's not like, immortal, he can be hurt, and it undermines his work, and it takes a lot longer for him to conquer the world. He has to kill a lot more people to do so. Kurz was insane from birth. He always thought the worst future was going to happen. Hold on, you're gonna love this for me. I think, okay, I have my theory. I have a feeling you disagree with me, and that's fine. I accept differing opinions here. I'm not like a freaking tyrant, but he saw the vision and he heeded the vision of the kid with the dagger instead of the vision of the kid like praising him, and killed the kid. Now this does 2 things, right? This proves 2 things. One, Kurz chose to listen to the negative vision and not the positive vision. And the reason that's important is from then on out, all visions Kurz ever received were negative visions of the future, right? He only ever got negative visions of the future moving forward after he heeded the negative vision. The only positive vision we've ever seen him in literature have was that vision with the kid. Now, that's not necessarily like the end-all be-all, right? And that could be in a number of things there. But the other part of that is Kurz's visions come true exactly as they come to pass. However, none of the kid didn't stab him with a blade, nor did the kid go on to spread the word of Conrad Kurz, thus kind of proving that the visions don't necessarily happen as he sees them to play out to be. That's just visions in the future. I think what happened is he chose to heed the negative vision, which led him down a path where he only ever received negative visions in the future, right? Oh, shit. That didn't work out. So he chose to heed the negative vision, which only gave him negative visions moving forward, right? And I think he kind of played into the whole faith aspect, where, like, this is my fate. This is destined to happen. I have seen it, ergo it will happen this way. And this kind of offloaded his own conscience. So that's why he let the Emperor kill him, because that's how it played out in his visions. The Emperor killed Conrad. And so he saw those visions, and they had to come to pass as they did. But I think the fact that the visions did not play out the way exactly how it was supposed to with the kid proves that those visions don't necessarily have to come to pass as they always did. So he relegated himself to basically being the Emperor's weapon, essentially, right? But if he was ever faced with the reality of the situation that he had a choice, he chose to do the things that he did, if that ever came to pass for him, he wouldn't be able to live with that reality. That he fled into his madness as a way to get past the horrible things that he had done. And that's my take on it anyway. I don't see having a decision over precognition to be very human, though. Because of his nature, Kurz was never going to feel connected to regular humans. I suppose. I mean, but Sanguinius had the other side of the coin, where he saw the positive futures. Like, he's the dark reflection of Sanguinius. And this goes all the way back to the redundancy theory. Are you familiar with the redundancy theory when it comes to the Primarchs at all? Okay, I'm gonna let that dry. But I think I've got the missiles magnetized properly, which is awesome. I'm very excited for that. All right. I am actually enjoying our conversation, Stolas, so please don't take anything I'm saying like an attack on your opinion. I respect your opinion, and that's the thing. The beauty of 40K is that it's open to interpretation on a lot of the older lore, so everyone's personal interpretation has an equal chance to be correct. So just because I don't see eye to eye with you necessarily when it comes to Kurz as the most tragic, it doesn't mean I disagree with you. Ultimately, like we're just having a conversation. Upper rear plate. Now, where does the upper rear plate go? Oh, okay. No, but I noticed most of the Primarchs have a rival Primarch. Okay, yes, most of the Primarchs do have a rival Primarch, but also there are... So the redundancy theory. The idea is the Emperor created the Primarchs with the idea that if one of them were to die, that another Primarch would be there to take up a similar role. This is most revealed with like Alfarius and Corvus Corax, for example. As far as disagreement about fiction, I don't get pressed about it. That's fair. I worry about it because a lot of people take my tone as like I consider myself the authority on everything, and it's mostly from interactions I've had in the past. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not coming across like fuck you, you're stupid. So yeah, Corvus Corax and Alfarius, right? Both of them stealth-oriented, both of them ambush-oriented, but they go about it different ways. You have Corvus Corax, who's just a general ambush, behind enemy lines, partisan, commando kind of character, and then Alfarius, who's more about subterfuge and misdirection and spies, but also does a lot of the same things, right? They can fulfill a similar role to one another. You also have like the Lion and Leman, for example. Lion and Leman are very much the two sides of the same coin. They're opposites in the exact same way, right? You've got, Leman is often considered like the king who played at being a beast, and the Lion is often described as a beast who played at being a king, right? The Lion has that like deep-seated rage, at least pre-heresy, had a deep-seated rage and anger and killed many of his own comrades because of his anger and his wrath. He considered himself a step above, but he was always a violent beast, in the cloth of a king. And then you have Leman, who considered himself like he was a king who led men and inspired men, but he also was a fellow comrade in arms. He played at being at a lower class, and so they're very similar in that role. But you have the Emperor's Executioner with Leman, but the Lion also safeguarded all the most dangerous technology and weapons of mass destruction that the Empire had at its disposal. And when the Lion was sent after an enemy, the Lion killed the enemy. Very similar aspects to one another, but they're not exactly the same. So, Sanguinius and Conrad Kurz are two sides of the same coin. They both have precognition. They both use precognition in their combat styles. However, Sanguinius always got more positive omens, whereas Conrad Kurz always got more negative omens of the future. So you kind of like have this interplay between the two of them. And this goes on and on and on. Of course, with the two missing Primarchs, there are a couple of them who don't have a direct parallel. Magnus the Red being one of them. There's no direct Psyker Primarch that could fulfill the same role. I'm also of the opinion that Jagatai Khan is probably the other one where like he might have been a redundancy for one of the Lost Primarchs. I don't have definitive evidence for that, but you have like great example like Lorgar and Gilliman, right? Lorgar unites people through faith. Gilliman unites people through bureaucracy and from the state. So you have like the separation of church and state with Gilliman and Lorgar. They're very similar to one another, but because of their differences, they are rivals and enemies to one another. You could say, I think it starts to break down further from there, unfortunately, with the redundancy theory, because like a lot of the pairings come up with are like Fulgrim. Fulgrim could be the diplomat. He's supposed to put forth the best look, the best face of the Imperium, but also Horus was War Master and also was a very like charismatic individual who was often sent out on diplomacy. So like I wouldn't say they're exactly the same, but the redundancy theory is there. And there's a lot of evidence to kind of like suggest that that might be the case. So that's why like, I brought that up, because Sanguinius and Kurz, you're right, that's not very human having visions of the future, but they're both meant to be able to fulfill whatever role that they're supposed. Like Sanguinius and then Kurz like the backup or something. Angron and Gilliman seems like a better rivalry to me. Just one being civilized Romans and the other one barbaric Romans. Well, the problem with that is he wasn't designed to be a barbarian. He was designed to be an empath. He was designed to be able to take on the psychic pain of others onto himself and make them feel better. I agree with you from like a meta perspective. Who would even be like the actual rivalry / redundancy with Vulcan? Ferrus Manus. They both work in the forge. They both use hammers. They both create things. What is separation of church and state, and how would that work? Well, it comes from American independence. Basically, okay. It comes from like a letter that was written, which was that the state would not rule over the church, nor the church rule over the state. So the King of England was considered the head of the Church of England as the religious head, but he was also the head of the British state. And who's to say what Angron was supposed to be like? The nails changed him completely. I agree. Well, I don't remember where it comes from, so I can't like say definitively. I can't say definitively why that's the case. So you can be skeptical, and I think that's fine. But there's like a lot of short stories where like the men around him before he got the nails, like he would take on their psychic pain, and he would feel their pain, and he was also the empath. But like I said, I don't know the sources off the top of my head, so I can't tell you that that's wrong. Either or right, either way. Obviously, from a meta perspective, the idea that the barbaric Romans are the gladiators versus the Ultramarines, the red and the blue, like it's a perfect parallel from a meta perspective. But from a narrative or thematic perspective, we have to look at what he might have been like before the nails, and there's not much evidence about what he would have been like beforehand. So I can't argue against the point there. But from worldview and outlook, Gilliman and Lorgar have like the biggest rivalry, and the irony being, now that we're in the 41st millennium, I love the World Eaters. They're so over the top, and it comes around to funny. I agree with you. They're great. I mean, there's not a lot I don't like. In fact, the only ones I don't like are Tzeentch and Slaanesh, because I don't like Tzeentch as a god. I think he's very weak in terms of concept, and I think Slaanesh is pretty self-explanatory. But I see your point from like a meta perspective about like what they're designed based off of and all of that. You're not wrong. They're very different. But seeing Gilliman now in a state where he was directly opposed to religion entirely, and now that we're living in a theocratic empire in the 41st millennium and the emperor is now considered a god, is hilarious. An American thing here, bishops are state officials, and there's a holy ministry in the government. I didn't know they could be separate. Yeah, it's definitely an American thing. It came from one of the founding fathers who wrote a letter. It's actually not even an official document or doctrine in the United States. It's just kind of like this. Well, I guess it is a doctrine we've kind of just accepted. But yeah, no member of the state, like the president, can't be the head of the church in the United States. And I guess in theory a head of a church could be the president, but you can't govern that way in the United States. It's very apropos. Pre-nail warhounds were more or less paladins. They got pretty serious in America. Coaches can lose jobs for praying and such. Yeah, which I don't necessarily agree with, but I don't want to talk about politics. It is what it is, unfortunately. Pre-nail warhounds were kind of, I mean, they were very decentralized. So one of my favorite aspects of them is that they would kill anybody who resisted them, but they would always kill them quickly, right? If every attack they would do to kill immediately. They wouldn't do to maim. So they're not going to leave anybody crippled or anything. And every time they killed somebody, they did it in a way to reduce the pain of the individual. One of my other favorite aspects of it is in the lore, the Warhounds, when they would attack a planet, one, they would not sprint. They would only casually walk through the battlefield. And two, they were completely silent. They didn't revel in the slaughter that they committed. Which is probably the greatest indicator of what pre-Nail Angron was supposed to have been like. Like I said, there's not a lot of lore about pre-Nail Angron, so it's a lot of inference out there. I'll need to do some more research on that, Stolas. You've got me curious now. Why is it that that's considered? I've always just accepted that answer from people who are bigger lore nerds than I am, and kind of authoritative sources on YouTube. But I am now curious. I want to know why that's the case. Damn it! You're challenging me and making me more, more robust in my work. How could you? How could you make me a better content creator, you son of a bitch? We have war priests, tanks get blessed, people get holy scriptures and wear small altars under their clothes. That is pretty cool. I'm not going to lie to you. Okay. Guys, give me just a couple minutes. My wife just got home. I'm going to go say hi to her for a little bit, and I will be right back. Okay, all right, and I'm back. What did I miss? Did I miss anything? Oh no. There we go. Got my my thing here. You know, for AI art that isn't the worst to look at. Are we talking about my? Oh, my background? Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Like I said, I really want to hire a proper artist at some point to make all my artwork, but I need to make enough money for that, and that's unfortunately something that's going to take a little bit. Here we go. It depends on how you look at it. There's a lot of people in general. Billion are Christian, Hindu, and Muslim. I'm sorry. What did I miss? I like that BRB setup. Thank you, Final. I had to finalize it and polish it up a little bit, and I had my webcam was picking up audio the first time and all that stupid stuff, but I finally got it figured out. So hopefully it gets itself figured. What did I miss in the conversation? Hold on. Okay, hold on. War priest, pre-nailing ground, was a successful gladiator, and he wanted freedom from that life. We know that about him for sure. Doesn't seem like a blood-crazed berserker. And there are religious unit banners, too. That's awesome. Over here in Germany, we don't have that. Probably haven't for a long time. Then again, we haven't been getting... Oh, we've been getting less and less religious in general. Depends on how you look at it. There's a lot of people in general. Billion are Christian, Hindu, and Muslim, etc. Western nations are deaf, less religious. Oh, hey, sorry. Go play kittens. I love yous. Okay. My wife is home. She's going to go play kittens. Oh, I'm glad you appreciate the BRB setup. I found a medieval lo-fi, which I thought was a good enough song. I wish it was a little longer, but it's not bad. Trying to get these shims out of here, and that's not the easiest thing in the world to do. The irony is I don't even need them yet, but when I do need the part, I want them to be pretty crisp and clean. All right. Quick aside here. So, we've discussed religion and politics. We've discussed Primarchs and redundancies. Final, pick a topic. What are we talking about now? It's a good loop. Not so long that you lose interest, but also not so short that it's annoying. That's good. Thank you. There is apparently a whole subgenre of medieval lo-fi, which I did not even know was a thing. I could always adjust my volume. That's fair. Man, this is, like, shims are annoying as hell on these larger pieces. Germany does have a lot of medieval rock music, and I'm okay with it. Isn't the band Windrose, isn't that a German band? A dwarven metal band, I believe, called Windrose? I think that's German. I could be wrong. So where are you? So when are you and Papa Space Wizard playing Windrose again? That is a good question. Papa Wizard is actually off work today. Actually, he's not off work. He's working from home today. I might shoot him a message, and if that's the case, I might do a family stream tonight. I might. I'll see if I can talk to Papa Wizard and see how he feels about that. But he might be in for it. At some point, I got to take the kittens over to his house. He's got Titan Destroyer, who's been just an absolute unit of a cat. So I didn't even get to talk about this. The kittens have cut a hole in their pen, by the way, that we've been keeping them in. Windrose apparently is, well, Google says Italian. Oh, ooh. So now I was way off. But, yeah, I might talk with him about it tonight. See if we can do some more pirate survival game. I was having a blast even though I died. So, yeah, so over 1 million downloads, so 1 million new players in all. I had the wrong number. It was 4.5 million people have died to boars in that game. And if you average that out, that is 4.5 deaths per player. Final watched me. I wasn't streaming on YouTube. It was I was in the Discord hanging out with him, and he asked me to stream via Discord to show him the game. Watched me die. I think it was like 40 times to a boar. So I'm pretty sure like I'm an above average gamer, guys. Okay, all right. The average is 4.5 deaths per player. I brought that number way off. I am the outlier. We have a lot of medieval music in churches here. The liturgy was changed in 1721, but the songs and language are from the 15th century. Nice. To be fair, I think you were half of those deaths. Pretty sure you're right. I think I died like 40 times. You can't stop me, game. I am above average on deaths. Nothing's ever going to be beat for me, though, that time that guy was shit-talking me in the chat for how I was playing Space Marine 2. Only for him to try to correct me when I said something, and I was right and he was wrong. And then he wasn't even there when that happened, so I didn't even get the satisfaction of being like, actually. And then there were the dodos. No kidding. That sounds so cool. At least one of the cool things about living in America is the lack of history like that. Nothing older than 250 years. That's fair. Well, it's hard to have something older than 250 years when, as a country, we're not 250 years. Well, actually, I think we are now, this year. Quick math. The quick math checks out. We're responsible for Blind Guardian, Halloween, Scorpions, and Exerto, Subway to Sally. I can't remember the other one right now. Germans tend to be hard rock and metal music. When I traveled, seeing like 800-year-old castles was so surreal. Dude, let me tell you, I love medieval history. There are two time periods of history that I absolutely love. The colonial / Age of Sail era and medieval history. And let me tell you, I still want to. That just means you're an official content creator now. Thank you, Final. Thank you. It's nice to know I finally made it to the big leagues. What am I doing? Why am I doing this with my hobby knife? I have files to do this exact thing with. What the I'm stupid, guys. I'm an official content creator, but I'm also dumb as hell. I want to backpack around. You can see the native settlements that are kind of like that, the cliff dwellings. It's not the same thing as seeing Crusader castles, though. I agree. I love castles, man. Castles and knights. You can ask Miri. I was late starting the stream because I had to stop what I was doing on a game called Mountain Blade 2 Bannerlord. And I was having too much fun when I finally got back on Bannerlord. And I love medieval stuff, man. One of my favorite games of all time was the original Kingdom Come Deliverance. I still think the original, while more janky, has a more true and honest like vision for the game. I still love both, though. They're great. The church / monastery next to my house in St. Yuriev, I think it is St. George in English, is going to be 1,000 years old in 5 years. God dang. I love medieval history. I want to preserve medieval history as much as I can. Like a true, authentic medieval history, not a lot of the modern retellings of medieval history. Mont Saint-Michel was built in the 8th century. You're correct. Okay. Excusez-moi, mon ami. I DSP'd both of you, and I apologize for this. The villages I grew up around were all 1,000 years old. God, wouldn't that be awesome? But the Age of Sail, let me tell you, I love the Age of Sail. Pirates and such. Oh my god. I know, like, they say the joke about autistic people in trains. For me, it's boats. Well, ships, technically, but Like, the Age of Sail was so cool. I watched I got stuck in the monastery in Kingdom Come Deliverance and don't know how to get out anymore. Oh my gosh. Is that the first one? You're stuck in the monastery? You're still like hunting down the gang? Oh man. That is an unfortunate thing. Final. I'm so sorry. There's a lot of that though. There is a lot of that, to be fair. Do 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 do. I don't know, man. Okay. And then, boom, boom. Alrighty. There we go. I'm getting so tired of Game of Thrones medieval depictions. I mean, with using modern slang and sensibility to look at medieval life and history. You want to know that? Okay, you know what? I'm so glad you said that. As I got sucked into trying to find the pieces I needed to find. Let me tell you a little tale. You know what's so sad? It's gonna sound like it has nothing to do with medieval stuff, and on face value, you're not wrong. But I promise you, I'm gonna wrap it back around to medieval shit here. Modern Star Trek. Modern Star Trek pisses me off. Okay, I truly think Star Trek Academy, one of the worst things that's ever graced television. And it was supposed to go on for 2 seasons. They've already filmed the 2nd season, and they've canceled it. So they're not even going to make it. They've canceled it outright, which is awesome. W Paramount, right? Here's the thing. Star Trek Academy, the reason I think it's one of the worst things ever is you have people talking like they're teenagers today. You know what's great about Star Trek The Next Generation, older Star Trek, Deep Space Nine, even Star Trek Enterprise? You know what's great about those? They write them to try to be timeless. They don't add slang. They try to make it seem timeless. They literally, it's called writing it like you're writing a Shakespearean play, right? They can't, obviously language is going to evolve and people are going to look back on the English that we're talking with now and be like, oh, they were so stupid using words like bet and all that other stuff, right? Just like a lot of people talk about when it comes to Shakespearean, English. But you know what's great about it is you can watch Star Trek The Next Generation and it's still applicable to today, which is an amazing feat. Truly is one of the best things ever, right? I think it's a travesty that they can't write timeless dialogue, because that's exactly how it is with Game of Thrones and whatnot. It's the early seasons were fine, but now all the other stuff they use a lot of modern slang, which is stupid. Game of Thrones is about the 100 Years' War. No, it's a fantasy series written by George R.R. Martin, but it was originally based off of the War of the Roses in England. In rural places, especially in Siberia, people live the way they did in the 17th century. It's not fun. Yeah. That I cannot say I am shocked about, but they have managed to preserve their way of life. Who can judge them for that? Oh yeah, that's going to look nice. That's going to look really nice. But it was based off the War of the Roses. Not the 100 Years' War. There we go. Is that it? Is that it for the torso? No shit, ladies and gentlemen. That's it for the torso. Oh my god. I'm just going to let that dry a little bit, but that's it for the torso. We finally got that finished. I have a missed call. Who called me? Oh, it's a spam call. Gotcha. Okay. Sorry about that. But yeah, finally got the torso finished, everybody. So I've got the armor plating there. The only thing that is left, technically, is the crest. The crest, and that's it. What? You mean showing off the spam number? Yeah, don't worry. I didn't even show my number or anybody I know. Oh, now work just texted me. Hold on here. Yeah, you have the dip, Mary. You know what? I appreciate you stopping by. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Actually, I think you're going to go to bed. It's like 8 o'clock for you? Anyway, torso's finished. I just got to get the crest, which is a very important decision. Wasn't sure if you were going to start reading text or something on camera. No. Only when I saw it was a spam call did I even worry about that. Okay, important question here, all right? I've got these 4 crests I've got to choose from. I'm going to move this light over the desk here, actually. We're just going to try not to bump the camera, Zach, you dummy dumb. Okay, so I've got these 4 crests here, right? I've got the Aquila, a Laureled Skull, the Mechanicus, and the Eye of Horus. Now, I am not going to do the Mechanicus or the Eye of Horus because I'm not a trader and I'm not Mechanicus aligned. Do I do the Laureled Skull or do I do the Aquila? Thoughts? It's kind of a big decision because once I put this on, it's not coming off. So, what do I do? Do I do the Laureled Skull or do I do the Aquila? That's That's a toughie. All right, Stolas, what do you got a thought on that one? Do I do the Laureled Skull, the Aquila? I know you're probably going to vote the Laureled Skull because the Aquila's too Imperium for you. And I can't say I blame you. Laurel Skull, the foul market. I literally just said that. Never change, dude. Never change. Okay. What about you, Final? Are you an Aquila fan or a Laureled Skull? Literally read your mind, dude. That was hilarious. No, you don't. No, you don't. You're not going to fall on me and make me super glue my fingers to my piece here. All right. Now, if I had to read Final's mind, I think he's probably going to vote the Aquila. Yeah. Oh, you got to vote for a skull. Never mind. Holy crap. Jesus. All right. Laureled Skull it is. I'll go ahead and cut that bad boy off. Alright, let's see here. Got my God Hand. So I don't think I'll cut into it. Okay, I'm going to need the tiniest drop of gelled super glue. One Laureled Skull. I can't say I disagree with you boys. Now, when you look at that sweet skull, you'll think of us. Honestly, dude, when I look at the model, I'm going to think of the community. Because I got the model. My wife was very kind enough to give me the model. So, you know, she's like, I love how you give me credit when your dad and your sister literally helped out. But, like, my wife's the reason I got this thing. Because she pushed me to start doing content creation. Mind you, because I was driving her absolutely crazy by talking about this stupid model. But, is it the other way around? Am I supposed to go the long way? No, it's supposed to be this way. No, but it's supposed to go... it's supposed to bend outwards, but the big one goes towards the back, so I'm putting it on the wrong way. That's fair. Okay. So, I'm going to look at the community, though, because she pushed me to get into content creation for this very reason. Because she thought, like, maybe, like, one day GW would send it to me or whatever have you. But here I am, sitting here with this model in hand. But the community was really the one that helped support me through all this. I have 200 subscribers because of this night. Whether it was because I started doing content creation, talking about the lore in Warhammer, which I still love, but I don't know that I want to make myself a lore YouTuber, you know. But, like, 200 people joined me because of this model, and honestly, this is as much the community's as it is mine, in my opinion. Your wife is a good bird. You're very smart for marrying her. You're darn right. We met through Tinder, which she's very embarrassed to admit. But we met through Tinder, and we both happened to just download it at the same time, and so. Because, like, I'd been on there for a while, but I never had much luck, and I just happened to be bored, and I was like, oh, I'll just download it and see what happens. Matched with my wife, I think the day after I downloaded it. She was the only one that actually messaged me back, and I knew within a week, man. I knew within a week I loved her, and it was really cringe, as she puts it, because we refused to say the word love, because we'd only ever known each other for, like, a couple of months by the time we started saying the word. So she's like, I just really like you. And I say, I really like you too. And we both knew what we meant, but we just didn't want to be the first one to say the word. And then literally, I told her, like, the first week, I was like, I don't want to make you freak out or anything, but I think I love you. And she goes, oh, thank God. I'm so glad you said that. Because I literally, after our first date, I called my best friend and told her, I think I just went on a date with my future husband. And here we are. So... No, we got married in the most unromantic way because my wife needed my health insurance because she still has a lot of health issues going on right now. But I promise one of these days I'm going to give her a proper wedding, the whole nine. Everybody we have there, proper reception, the whole kit and caboodle. But for now, I really am one of the luckiest men in the world. She doesn't see it that way. She thinks I clearly drew the short stick out of this relationship, but I love my wife. She's an amazing woman. Who's now sitting in the back of the house, or the duplex, with the kittens in what's supposed to be my craft room, but I've never actually done any crafts back there. And having a ball. Are we invited? You're darn right you are, Final. You come up, you show up, you can come play to my wedding if you want, or just come by and play with kittens. Either way, whichever one you meant. Yes. Two more shims. I hate the shims are the most annoying part of this whole thing. Because they're harder to cut than you'd think they would be. And this is a brand new X-Acto head, too. To the wedding? Yes, you are absolutely invited, Final. Well, you're actually, like, listen, as much as my wife is responsible for me getting into content creation, I started because of you, you son of a bitch. No, you don't. Just can't. Nice. I should start saving up for a riptide for my. You son of a bitch. If you give me a Riptide and I have to start a Tau army with a Tau battlesuit, I'm going to be so mad. I do want to do at some point, like I said, I will make a Tau army one day, unfortunately. Man, I hate weddings. I'll go to the reception and pick up bridesmaids. Well, you know what? I can't say I blame you. We have an Italian restaurant my wife and I love here, and we would have them cater. She wants a wedding cake. I keep saying, like, well, maybe we should just get a lasagna, because that's just a spaghetti cake, and we could use that as our wedding cake, and she keeps giving me weird looks when I say that. So I don't think the wedding cake of lasagna is going to happen, boys, but wouldn't it be epic if we did? Crowdfund you, Amanda. See if you can fit that on camera. I bet you I could. I bet you I could crowdfund. Start a GoFundMe. It says literally like, lol, I just want to buy Warhammer, and see how many people donate. I'd be more likely to get a Warlord Titan, though, before I ever got a Riptide or a Mansa. We were looking at the other day, Final and I both, and I looked at the rules for the Manta. Would you have no arm Abaddon on your cake? That would be my cake topper. Either that or Captain Titus, because I have to be honest, that Captain Titus is pretty sick. There we go. But, yeah, dude, oh my gosh. Like, what was I saying? Warlord Titan. I love Warlord Titan. Oh, yeah, so we were looking at the Mansa, the Tau Mansa. That's right, the Tau Mansa. Final and I went and looked at the Tau Manta. I looked at the Tau Manta and told him the rules. Did not know that sucker can transport 400 units of infantry. What on earth? One single Tau Manta. I'd love that. Like, it's also 2,000 points by itself, so I'm sure like it's kind of a big deal. But still. That's crazy. 400. Jesus. Yeah, okay. My God. Wouldn't that be something to see? Good God. Tau Manta. Crazy stuff. I still want to do my, that's also $2,000, so it better do something good. Yeah, I think it's just a glorified kill team board at that point, though. Just have a kill team fight on top of a Tau Manta. I think the Tau would stand out less if they had a few more Xenos in the story. I know it's about humans mostly, but the kin are right there. Dude, Stolas, you, oh my God. I love the idea of the Leagues of Votann. Space Dwarves, they're so cool, and they do nothing with them. Okay. What? So the power module. Yeah, okay, I've done this right. I agree with you though, man. They need more Xenos. They need more Xenos. Give us more Xenos. No? Is that right? Yeah, the nub towards the the nub of the power module towards the back of the gun. Okay, I got that right. Trying to make sure I do this correct here. These instructions are not necessarily the most clear instructions. Oh, okay, cool. But yes, they need more Xenos, and I need more stuff done with the Votann. Like, give me some cool Votann shit. You know, is it that hard? I'm still waiting on more lore. They said that we were supposed to be getting like a book and stuff, and we still haven't gotten everything we were supposed to get for them yet. Imagine if he had glued his hand to the model, and he's just stuck like that, and he just plays it on the table with his hand stuck to it. You know what, Luke? That's fair. I've glued myself to many things on stream. I can't be that mad at you. I mean, I screw you for saying it, but yes. And I agree with you. There's actually a really cool alien race. I don't know how it's pronounced. It's like QU''ORL. They're like ant people, basically. I want the Mandrakes to become a realized faction, too. Yes, and bring back Harlequins. Bring back Harlequins. Okay. So this goes like this. Giblets. Yeah. I have to grant you that one. This is the site. Oh, I'm dumb. It goes here. Gotcha. So I didn't need to do that. I'm dumb. I get my giblets. I forgot we did that with a Scottish accent. Thank you, Luke. Thank you for reminding me of that. But yeah, I agree with you, though. Like, Mandrakes, Harlequins, more Xenos would be good. Eldar are great and all, but... like, we need more. I want to see a 40k version of the lizard folk, the Saurons, or whatever they're calling them now. Seraphon in the Age of Sigmar. That would be dope, personally. But we still don't have that. It would be nice if we did. How about more engraving on your first subscriber's name? To the night, onto the night. Wouldn't be a bad idea. My thinking is, I want to do this actually. The idea when I get to start on. So I'm working on a project, and I'm working on the rules and how I want to go through it and all of that. And Skaven 2, Space Skaven would be dope. The problem is they would have to be. We'd have to do to the Skaven for 40k what they did to orcs in fantasy, because the orcs are the comedic bad guys in 40k. Versus, like, damn, this is, like, hella warped. So, I mean, hella warped. I don't know if you can see that gap. There's a pretty sizable gap in here. I'm trying to fix that. Alright, I'm gonna have no choice. I'm gonna have to do a little surgery here. With super glue on the model. So this is going to be fun, I'm sure. Actually, I need to get the actual drill out. What I want to do is eventually I am going to have the rules all typed up, and we're all going to be able to do it. And I'm gonna grandfather everyone in so far that's in the Discord and everybody. But there's an idea I want to do about having like a continuous universe where we develop the lore of a small sector of the 40k universe. And one of the things I want to do is there is Wizard have a problem, lost the middle toe of my Imperial Knight, and now I can't find it. What do I do? Like the big toe on the Cerastus? I don't know. If you have, like... I got here. What, did I miss anything? Yeah, Luke is now missing the big toe on his Acheron. And if you have the other one, you could, in theory, cast that into something if you have something to cast with. But I don't know. I don't know what the option there is. If you have some... Okay, two things. One, do you have sprue goo? And if not, do you have an extra bottle of plastic cement that you're not using very much of? Because if you do, you can make sprue goo. And the easiest thing I can think of... Herr Krieger, hey, dude, what's going on? Thank you for stopping by. If you have, like, if you have, like, a molding material, you can get a molding material. If you're not, you can actually get some molding material for relatively cheap on Amazon. And create, like, a silicone mold and press the toe into the silicone mold. I've now resorted to just tearing apart the entire area underneath my desk to try to find it. If you can't find it, there's like some like putty mold that you can buy that hardens. It's like melt like plastic you put in hot water, and you can buy it on Amazon for real cheap. You put it in hot water and it turns into putty that you can like put the toe into of the other toe, and then you can take like. Okay, you don't have either of those. Okay. Okay. Here's what you do, okay? Find something. A small bowl, or find another sealable bottle that you can pour some of your plastic cement into, okay? You're going to take a piece of your sprue, a few pieces of your sprue, chop them up into tiny bits with your nippers, and put those pieces into your sealable bottle that you poured a little bit of your plastic cement into, okay? On Amazon, I think it's like $5. I can't remember the name, but it's a plastic putty that you can put in hot water and you can mold and shape while it's warm. And as it cools, it can turn into a mold. And so what you'll do is you can get some of that for really cheap. Really cheap. Make the mold as it's in hot water and press the big toe that you do have into that mold, and let it sit until it's completely cool, and you can pop that toe out. Then you take your sprue goo that you've just made and pour it into that mold until it's completely flush, and voila, you have just made a mold to make that big toe again. Super easy. Takes maybe a day of work or two, possibly. But you can continue building the rest of the night if you don't find your big toe, and then make a mold to make your other big toe. So yeah, it's super easy, super cheap. You don't have to worry too much about it. If you're really, really, really worried about it, if you have like milliput or something, you can put into that mold and you still get the same kind of shape and just pop it out. It'll be a little harder to do than the plastic with the cement here, but it's also really, I have mine, this is actually thinned out quite a bit. You'll probably be using it if you cannot find the toe within the next 3 hours. I agree. I've thinned this out quite a bit, but it's pretty thick stuff. I mean, it drizzles off of the brush. You can see like it globs on the brush. So it's thick, but I thinned this out. But you're going to want it pretty thick. I take a lot of leftover sprue and I just put it into this bottle, or a fresh bottle when I need to make another one of these. Super easy, super cheap, and it's technically Citadel plastic, because you're just melting the sprue to make more of this, and it hardens into regular plastic. At most, maybe takes 3 days to dry. At most. Yes, Luna, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to ignore you. If you've got a War Dog, Brigand, and Stalker to a point where you can paint, please feel free to post those in the Discord. I want to see minis. You got the mini showcase is one of my favorite things in there. Of course, Luke. Whatever, like there's not very many ways you can ruin your models where you can't fix it for relatively cheap. I promise. Please do. I'd love to see it. I got my Acheron. It's in sub-assemblies, so I can paint it more easily. But I have mine. Now we both have an Acheron, which is awesome. Stop it, Super Glue. Go home. You're drunk. Oh. Absolutely. I can't wait to see it. Got all this dried super glue here now. It's kind of a problem. There we go. I had to clear up all that super glue that gunked up since it dried. There we go. Have I glued my hand to anything yet? Surprisingly, yes. Yes, I have, actually. Only very little, but I have, in fact, glued my hand to a couple of things today already. It's getting better, but it's not quite where I need it to be yet. Of course. Gunked it up now. He's glued his hands to many things. Yeah, well, I started to glue my hand to the gun itself here. I'm actually working on building one of the Magna Las cannons, which I'm very excited for. The most powerful las weapon that the Imperium has ever developed. The Magna Las cannon. Capable of piercing through the armor plating of even a Reaver Titan. With ease. Which is one of my reasons I love this thing so much. So much. I don't think he's topped gluing his hand to the table yet. Multiple times, final. You know what? Let me, let's see if I can showcase this. Where's the bald spot? It's here somewhere. There's like multiple bald spots. Well, this isn't a bald spot. This is just where I extra glue. But I did glue my hand there. They call it that because rocks turn to liquid on impact. Wait, what is it? Oh, okay, fair enough. You started making 2 new war dogs, able to use them in combat patrol. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Well, you know what? I hope with the new combat kill team rules, I hope I might be able to use, at the very least, a knight and kill team. It would be a single knight, but I'm hoping. Looks like Mommy might be in the living room. I think he's glued his hand to his hand. I did glue my hand to my hand. I glued my hand to the table, to the base that I was gluing the rock to, and my hand to my other hand at the same time. It was a nightmare. Absolute nightmare. Hi, honey. Chewie revealed your presence.
You're gluing yourself together?
No, I haven't glued myself together yet. Well, I did start to actually glue myself to the gun, by the way.
Fascinating.
Yeah, check this out. Check it out. With the barrels in it, it's actually going to be, like, pretty big. This is with one arm of the knight.
That's huge.
Oh, yeah. For size comparison, I'm pretty sure once I get this glued together, I'm going to pull up one of the other knights and see how big this is, just the gun, compared to a Questoris knight.
Well, I have kitten poop all over my hands. Hopefully this was empty.
It was. I don't know where he got it from, but it was empty. Okay. My wife has kitten poop all over her hands, everybody. I hope you heard that. Okay, let's get back to this here. I have to keep grinding away. Okay, hold on. Nobody move. Stolas, hold your breath. What the fuck? Oh, I just broke that. Oh shit. Okay, well that's awesome. I just broke that. That's awesome. It's a small piece. It's not that big of a deal. But where did the piece go I was working with? Oh, there it is. Okay. Never mind. I found it. It's nice to know I am a big dummy dumb. Yeah, yeah. Do not loosen up on me now, Drillbit. I need you. Alright. once this is done, I'm actually very curious. This is going to be a big-ass gun. I knew it was going to be big, but like I didn't know it was going to be this big. I think this might actually be as tall as a Questoris Knight, just the cannons. Which is exciting. Very exciting, actually. And then I have to... I think I will stick with the name I had come up with previously. Venatorus Irae, the Wrath of the Hunters, the name of my it's the name of my Porphyrion here. I think it'll be a nice name. Chaos Knight Combat Patrol is just the War Dog box. That's the same thing with the Imperial Knight. It is not a flashlight. Or the other one with a different vowel in it. It's very different. Okay, so is it an issue? It might be an issue of too much super glue in here. I'm going to keep bumping the microphone. And I will not apologize this time. Okay, there we go. Let's try that. Well, I can't tell if it's getting better or not. It might not be, actually. You know what? I think I know what the problem is. Messiah may not be happy with you bumping the microphone. You know what? Messiah, okay. Can't stop me. Also, Luna, I didn't think you were a worshiper of the Omnissiah. I thought you were a heretic. That's not very chaosy of you. I hope that was funny. I laughed. It made me chuckle. When I first recognized the weakness of my flesh, it sickened me. It's not very chaosy of you either, Stolas. Yeah, we're going to do this. I'm using the drill bit, but I need a sanding bit for this. Ooh. I know it sounds really good for lunch. Iron Legion? That's fair. Actually... I studied engineering. You think I would give praise to the Omnissiah? I studied culinary. You think I'd be a Slaanesh worshiper? I can't stand Slaanesh. Ugh. You ever seen the cartoon where a Imperial Fist and an Iron Warrior argue Monty Python style over the wall? Yes. Yes, I have. Go away, Iron Warrior. We are not wanted here. Yeah, it's good stuff. Get back to your dick, girlfriend. Just good stuff. Iron loser. Study microbiology. No wonder I love Nurgle. That makes perfect sense, Stolas. Also, pay no attention to the cat being murdered by the puppy behind me. You know, I originally went to... at least our Primarch loved us. Your Primarch hates you. It was a good video. It's a very funny video. You brought me back. Why? Why? Why do you not fit? Why are you... Just want to quote that, like, Ugandan news anchor. Why are you gay? Like, why do you not cooperate with me? I don't know what's causing this issue. Try that. Okay. I can't tell. I can't tell if it's this nub or not that's causing the problem. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do some drastic changes here. That's really thick. I don't know that I want to do that with my God Hand nippers. That's... Yikes. Okay. My cheap ones. My cheap nippers will do fine. Alright, come on now. There we go. Come on. There we go. Okay, I think... Let's see if that's what was causing the problem. I truly am at a loss for words here. I like the idea that the Space Marines were made as children so they have such childish insults. I agree. You think the hypno-indoctrination would give them better comebacks, but... Why? Why? Why are you like this? I don't understand. I don't understand it. Okay. We're going to try this. Okay. Wizard, guess what I found? You found the toe? Oh my god. Thank God, Luke. I'm so glad. I'm glad you didn't have to go through, like, the molding process. I've only ever had to do that once. It's not a bad process. It's just... There's, like, that sense of defeat. So finding the toe sounds way easier than the other thing. It is way easier. It's not like... Well, it's not like the worst thing in the world doing it the other way. It's just a time-consuming process. I'm praying to the Omnissiah, everybody. Oh my gosh. Well, that's how it works. Chaos was trying to stop you, Luke, and I'm glad that you did not let them defeat you. You cannot let Chaos Undivided stop you, Luke. You must bring glory to the God Emperor of mankind. The floor vent is diabolical. You got lucky to find that? Yeah, it is pretty diabolical. And yes, you are correct, Stolas. He is lucky. Alrighty. That kind of worked. Kind of. Alright, let's put some cabling on. What do you say? Actually, no. I need the power module. And a power cable. Cable. A power cable. Power module. Okay. So that's how that's going to go. Heretic in the chat? We've got several heretics in the chat. Luke, several heretics in the chat. We got Stolas and Luna. But at least we have Final Gaming, the blueberryest of blueberries himself. Pull out the heavy flamer? That's funny. No, Luke. Fulgrim is also chaos. You can't pull out the heavy flamer. The best thing about chaos is in a long enough timeline, we always win. But then if you hold on now. Technically speaking, you are correct. In a long enough timeline, you do win. But if you expand that timeline out just a little bit further, you ultimately lose because you kill yourselves. There we go. Looking pretty good so far. Now it said power cable. But what power cable where? This power cable here. I think. No, unless it's this power cable, which I think it is actually this power cable. No? No? Arg, another name. Oh, no, it is this power cable. It's this one right here. I think. Yeah. Yeah, it's this one right here. Okay. But this one does not want to fit. We have the NIDS to worry about, heat death and the heat death of the universe. Yeah, but NIDS don't feed chaos. Well, yeah, let's do some Oblivion lo-fi beats, ladies and gents. Interesting. So gotta cut this coupling down a little bit. It's not perfectly round, which normally isn't an issue, but I can't get it to fit into the slot that it needs to go into. Yeah, That'll be fine. Okay, and now I need to fix this. If the Nids eat every sentient species, that will severely limit the Chaos God's power. Let's take the Nids out of the equation. If the Chaos Gods win, they also severely limit the Chaos God's power. Right? The only god who can win and keep the game going is Tzeentch, because that's the whole point of Tzeentch, is to keep the game going. Nids don't reflect in the warp as far as I know. Exactly. They don't, so they don't feed chaos. Ironically enough, neither do the Tau, but there are Chaos Tau. There we go. Alright. Nurgle's end goal is a constant cycle of life. Yes, it is a constant cycle of life. But Nurgle will ultimately, his diseases will kill everyone in the galaxy eventually. When that happens, especially humanity, which is his biggest food source, bye-bye Nurgle. That's the problem. Like, Angron has to constantly have fights, so he sabotages himself. And eventually everyone will die, and they die out. Like, Chaos needs something to feed off of is the problem. And eventually Chaos will wipe itself out. Unless the Dark King arrives, and then the Dark King will wipe everything out and kill Chaos anyway. Which is ultimately... The theory is that the Emperor himself will eventually become the Dark King, the next appointed Chaos God to rise, which is an interesting thought. I still hold out hope that Malice is still out there, and they've even had Malice pop up recently in a short story, but they may have retconned him into being a rather powerful greater demon rather than being a god of chaos himself, which is a shame. Because having him be the 5th Chaos God and the minorest of Chaos God... Aww! What the fuck? Damn it. Alright, come here. I almost lost the toe like Luke did. Oops. Chaos wiping things out is the end goal, though the galaxy is beyond redemption. I don't know about that. See, I like Vashtor, and I want him to rise too. I think he'd make a great character. And the thing is, so there's like on the 8-pointed star there was a basically, like, in a supplement for Horus Heresy called The Burning of Omamat. I looked away for it, but is that blood? No, this is paint. This is paint. It comes from the missile launcher. I used paint a little too much, but I used paint to mark where the magnets need to go. So it is paint. Can confirm, not blood. Let me go ahead and get rid of that. It is Sanguine Scarlet, though. This is the Tooth and Code's version of Blood Angels Red, essentially, or Mephiston Red. So I understand why you might think that. I want Fabius Bile to be fully realized primogenitor. That wouldn't be a bad idea. I think that'd be great. But yeah, in the Burning of Omen Mott, a supplement for the Horus Heresy 3rd edition, which actually dealt with summoning demons in the warp, they had the 8 aetheric domains of chaos. I thought it was your injury of the week. No. So far, my injury of the week has not been on camera. Though I may injure myself once again at some point here relatively soon, knowing my luck. So, but yeah, so the 8 aetheric domains. In there, the 8 domains of the Chaos Gods, as we understand them, they are the ordinal directions on the 8-pointed star. I would pull up my desktop and show you guys what I'm talking about, but I would have to figure out the audio issue first, so we'll get to that in a second. But what was fascinating about that is Vashtor's domain, the I forget what it was called, but Malevolent Artifice, I think it was. It lies right smack dab in the. We only need one more Chaos God to fill out the star. No, you need 4 more, because Chaos is an 8-pointed star, my friend. But Maleficent Artifice, that aetheric domain, it lies right in the middle between the domain of rapturous sensation, which is clearly Slaanesh, and heedless slaughter, putrid. Okay, putrefaction. So that would have been formless distortion, I think, which was Tzeentch's domain. So Vashtor would lie between the two of those, which makes some modicum of sense. What are you looking for, baby?
Cat nail trimmers?
I don't. Why would I have them?
I don't know. Because he does weird stuff.
That's fair, but I don't need your cat nail trimmers, unfortunately. Yeah, I think they were over there on the metal rack last I saw, but it's been a while. Okay, power cables. Haha. Just like so. The Dark King at the center? No. The Primordial Annihilator is in the center. The Dark King. All right, we're gonna let me pull it up here. Let me get this power cable glued on, and I will figure out the audio issue on the microphone. Bear with me here. I think I know what the problem is now that I've given it some thought. By the way, so far, Magna Las Cannon is coming along quite nice. I'm gonna drop it quite nicely though. I've got pretty much all of it together now. I think all that's left is the armor plating on the outside and the barrels itself. So let's get this figured out. Let's figure this out. Oh yeah, I gotta move my mouse to the appropriate. There we go. How's that? Can we hear me now? I think we can hear me now. That should have fixed the problem. Okay. Let's see here. Burning of almond. Oh, there it was. Burning of almond mod, 8 etheric domains. Let's see here. I am okay. I'm going to do this. So, we'll pull this up here. I think that'll work. And I'll just whoopsie that over here. There we go. There we go. Hey, Mary Skates, what's going on? Okay, just so we can hear me out. All right. So, we've got these here, right? So, in the center is the Primordial Annihilator, which is technically the 9th domain of chaos, if we want to go there. So, we have the Infernal Tempest, which is clearly Tzeentch. Rapture Sensation, which is Slaanesh. These labels down here, by the way, have been done by a fan on Reddit, so these aren't what's important here, right? But you have the ordinal directions, which are going to seem familiar. You got Heedless Slaughter. You'll never guess who that might be. You've got Infernal Tempest. Well, that would be Tzeentch. Rapturous Sensation, clearly Slaanesh, and then Putrid Corruption, which would be Nurgle. But in the cardinal directions, you've got Encroaching Ruin, Ravenous Disillusion, Formless Distortion, and Malevolent Artifice. Now, so a lot of people have been of the opinion that either Encroaching Ruin or Ravenous Dissolution is the Dark King, the Primordial Annihilator being all realms of chaos combined. So that leaves Formless Distortion and Malevolent Artifice. Well, I think Malevolent Artifice is clearly Vashtor, if we're going off of that sentiment. Ravenous Dissolution, to me, that screams malice. And I'm not the only one that's come up with that theory. Ravenous Dissolution, dissolving all of the chaos itself. It seems to be like self-hatred. That's definitely malice. And then we have Formless Distortion and Encroaching Ruin. Now, the reason this is a kind of a fun thing to think about is clearly you have people who are on the opposites, right? You've got Tzeentch and Nurgle have always hated each other, right? Tzeentch is change, Nurgle is stagnation. That's the important thing. But they're also on opposing portions of the 8-pointed Star of Chaos. Khorne and Slaanesh have always been rivals and hated one another, and they're on opposite sides of the Chaos 8-pointed Star. So Be'lakor could be one. You're not wrong. We'll see what happens with Be'lakor. But you're not wrong. So, let's go with this here then. But Malevolent Artifice lies right between Infernal Tempest and Rapturous Sensation, which means Malevolent Artifice carries aspects that are similar to both Tzeentch and Slaanesh. So the idea of like constant change and possibly like magic, but also the flesh and torture by combining technology onto a person's flesh. It kind of is a bit of Slaanesh, but also combining warp magic and everything like that that deals with Tzeentch and sorcery. Kind of have a middle ground between the two. It kind of bridges the gap between these two gods. Same thing with Encroaching Ruin and Heedless Slaughter. Whatever that looks like, it would be a bridge, the middle point between Khorne and Tzeentch on the 8-pointed star. Formless Distortion, same thing with Nurgle, and then Ravenous Dissolution, same thing between Nurgle and Slaanesh. So, let's see. I think Fabius Bile is Formless Distortion once he rises to the primogeniture, though. It's possible. The Chaos God's time of birth is not what defines their place in the reality of chaos. You're correct. It's not that. It deals with the 8 domains. The 8 domains are where... Because, like, the gods... Like, Khorne is the first god. You would think that he would be located north on this 8-pointed star. But, clearly, he is in an ordinal direction. And I also agree with you that Fabius Bile could be Formless Distortion. He absolutely could 100% be Formless Distortion. I'm very curious where we go with that. But a lot of people think Encroaching Ruin is the Dark King, which is an interesting theory in and of itself, right? The reason I bring this up is we have 4 Chaos Gods now. Normally I wouldn't put any stock into this image at all, except we have Malevolent Artifice over here. Vashtor fits Malevolent Artifice perfectly. Not just because of the term artifice, but it also is a gap. He bridges warp sorcery with technology that he binds to flesh. It is somehow also in the middle ground of these two. I think this image that was lost in a supplement of Horus Heresy at the launch of 3rd edition of it, this image is a roadmap, a hinting of an Easter egg that there is more to come when it comes to chaos. And if we're going to get a 5th Chaos God who sits here on the eastern point of the cardinal direction and bridges the gap between these two, that we're going to see some entity taking the personification of Encroaching Ruin, Ravenous Dissolution, and Formless Distortion. And we will have 8 major players of chaos, if not 8 Chaos Gods themselves. That's my theory on it. We'll see if I even come to pass on that. But I think that's the case. And if that's the case, who are the ones that are going to fill in these other locations? Well, Malice has still been referenced in the lore relatively recently. The god who hates chaos himself. Ravenous Dissolution. Malice could fit that. He could ascend back to Chaos God, because he may have been... It's not clear. They've never actually had an outright statement about it, but he could have been demoted to Greater Demon. And if that's the case, then he could rise again and become the god of Ravenous Dissolution one more time, or he never left and he still is
a Chaos God. Marius Gage, I don't know about how much Chaos, but isn't Vashtor? Vashtor wants to be God, but isn't yet? That is correct. That he is not yet a Chaos God. He does want to be a Chaos God, and if that's the case, he would fill this role of Malevolent Artifice. I'm positive they're going to fill out the Chaos Gods that way. It's just such an easy way to continue to introduce new villains. 100%. 100%. And when that happens, we're going to get the Primordial Annihilator, the final boss of Chaos. Like this one, I think eventually when all other 8 spots have been filled out, the Primordial Annihilator, which has been teased as far back as the first novel of the Horus Heresy, way back when, with Samus, the Primordial Annihilator is coming. He's going to unite all of Chaos at some point. Maybe not, like everyone agrees and like follows him. No, I think it's probably going to be through might. Might makes right, but we're going to see, at the very least, we're going to see 8 other major Chaos players. I think they're going to be all gods, and then the Primordial Annihilator is going to come back. If Vashtor wants to be a Chaos God, he technically always has been one. It doesn't matter when he ascends. It does matter when he ascends. Okay. This is where things get a little weird. It actually does matter when he ascends, because the warp is a weird place. I think it's not that controversial to say the warp is a strange place, but it is. It does matter when he ascends to godhood, only because the fact that he hasn't ascended yet means he's not been a Chaos God.
Once a Chaos God is born, they both are born. As of right now, Chaos Gods do not exist, right? In the most technical of senses, Chaos Gods don't exist, right? Because they both don't exist and have always existed. But Khorne, we know when Khorne was born, we know when Slaanesh was born. But the way the warp works is that it's outside of time. So if a god ascends in the year 30,000, for example, like with Slaanesh, that means there was no Slaanesh god before that point, but also Slaanesh's influence goes all the way back to the beginning of time. It's very wishy-washy. But once he ascends, he will have influences all the way. It's God. How does the best way to talk about this? Okay, it's gonna seem like a weird fucking segue. Have you ever played Morrowind? I was gonna say that if a Chaos God exists at one point, that they always existed. Yes. Has anyone played Morrowind? Stolas, have you played Morrowind? I hope you have, because this is gonna make this a hell of a lot easier to talk about. You're saying Slaanesh retroactively absorbed the deviancy of Caligula? Kind of. Okay, the way to talk about this, in Morrowind specifically, right, you have the Tribunal, the 3 Dark Elves who killed Nerevar and ascended to godhood, right? And the reason that's important is they stole his power and ascended to godhood. Now, in the course of the games, they also used that godhood power and went back and changed history so they didn't kill Nerevar, but Nerevar still died and they absorbed his powers, right? So they themselves killed Nerevar, but then they rewrote history so that way they didn't kill Saint Nerevar, right? They both did and did not kill him. Both realities are true. I think is it Sothis? No, I'm trying. It's been years since I've played it, but so they both do and do not kill Saint Nerevar, right? Both realities are technically true, but they did kill Nerevar. They just rewrote history. It's the same thing with the Chaos Gods. They does matter when they're born because they didn't exist before they were born. There was no Slaanesh. We can see that obviously in the lore that there was no Slaanesh until Slaanesh was born sometime in the Horus Heresy, right? or the Dark Night, the Long Night, excuse me, not the Horse here, sorry, the Long Night, right? There was no Slaanesh before that point. We know that for a fact. But also, because Slaanesh was born, history was kind of rewritten through the warp, because the time means nothing to the warp. So it does matter, and it doesn't matter at the same time. That's the point, right? So, like, once Vashtor ascends, it's not gonna. He will undisputedly be the next Chaos God, because history will have changed, right? The warp no longer, like, his reach goes back to the beginning of time. Within the warp, time doesn't work the same way we think it does. So Slaanesh was born, her influence exploded throughout time like a rock thrown into a pond. That's how I understand it anyway. That's exactly that's exactly the right point. Once Vashtor ascends, then his reach, his influence will go all the way back to the end of time, all the way forward to the end of time, and all the way back to the beginning of time. That is how Chaos God's ascensions work. Once that happens, but because he hasn't ascended yet, that influence hasn't spread yet, and that's kind of the point. Speaking of Slaanesh, DSP really hates Crimson Desert, and it's funny watching him be mad about it. Oh, dude, DSP hates so many things. Remember, he hated Baldur's Gate 3 and unironically said that when Starfield comes out, it's going to destroy Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 is not going to be Game of the Year, yada, yada, blah, blah, blah. He got so salty when it hit Game of the Year, and Starfield sucked. DSP's so stupid. And yet, he will outlive us all. All right, boys, this is a completed Magna Las cannon. I'm so excited. This is so freaking cool. I want to see how big this is. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna accidentally unplug my my side light here. There we go. All right. As always, the usual size comparison we go through is we're going to compare it to a single Questoris Knight. And that, holy shit, just my gun is bigger than a Questoris Knight. I mean, that is insane. Look at that. It's so big. That's so crazy. I do wonder if Perturabo wants to make Vashtor's place ascend to godhood himself. I think, okay, all right, okay, so we're going to get into it. Since we've talked about the 8 Chaos Gods, the potential for 8 Chaos Gods, I think ultimately every single traded Primarch is going to be devoted to a god. There will no longer be Chaos Undivided, right? I think Vashtor, because, like, when they name-dropped Perturabo during the Arcs of Omen campaign, it was when they released Vashtor. And what's fascinating about that is he's working very closely with Vashtor. I think once Vashtor ascends, it will be... Oh, dude, that's so cool. Oh, my God, that's so cool. Yeah, this is awesome. Oh, my gosh. I think once Vashtor ascends, Perturabo will be dedicated to Vashtor. And I think it's going to be a begrudging dedication, just like with Mortarion and Nurgle. But he will be dedicated to Vashtor. I think is what's going to happen. I think it has to happen that way. Because he is so, like, aligned with Vashtor in terms of outlook and in terms of... like motif and interest, Vashtor and he are just too similar. They're gonna have to be, but I don't think it's gonna be like he's gonna be a huge fan. I think he's gonna begrudgingly do so, but it will get him more power. This is massive. Oh my gosh, this is awesome. That's so cool. Oh. Yeah, that's so cool. By the way, watching you a few weeks back inspired me to get into the Eye of Terror Battalion in Castellenbox. You're working on your Canis Rex now. I should have my 2,000 points when I'm done with your Paladin. That's freaking awesome, Marius, you're gonna have to start posting, like Vastor puts the beat down on him. Firstly, hold on, let me finish my thought. You're gonna have to post pictures. If you're, please post pictures when you're done. I would love to see it. That's awesome. I'm glad I inspired you to get it have your 2,000 points, man. That's amazing. I'm so excited myself. I'm at 3,280, I think it is. Last I checked. I need to get a few more armigers for sure, but I'm going to be getting them painted hopefully very, very soon. I don't think Vastor puts the beat down on Perturabo. I don't think that's how it goes. I think it's begrudging in the sense of like Mortarion begrudgingly accepted Nurgle as his patron. But I don't think it's because Vastor puts the beat down on him. I think it's a mutually beneficial relationship. I think Vastor will offer Perturabo more power to help him in some way to accomplish his goals, and in exchange, it'll be like you supply me, basically, right? You spread my influence, and using demonic engines, which the Iron Warriors do anyway, would give power to Vastor, because at the end of the day, their portfolios are amoral. There is no morality to it. It's not about intent. It's about just the nature of the beast. We joke about it, but when I cut my thumb with that fork, I technically was pleasing Khorne if Khorne was real, right? It doesn't matter how the blood flows. It's just that blood flows, right? By using demon engines and by making like warp-infused weaponry, which the Iron Warriors do, that will in turn empower Vastor, and Vastor can in turn empower Perturabo. It's just keep doing what you're doing, and I will bless you more and more. By the way, there's that bald spot I was talking about where I glued my hand to the table. Hooray! Look how cute he looks next to his big brother's gun. Right? Ah, it's so cool. It's so cool. This is so big. This might be the heaviest part of the model. I'm not going to lie to you. It's so dense. But one down, one to go. Alrighty, let's do that. I'm very excited to see. I know it's going to happen, and I've been reasonably informed that if there's artwork of a major character, there's a model for a major character, and there's no way we're going to get the first ever glimpse of Perturabo, and we're not going to get a model of Perturabo. It's going to happen. So he's clearly going to be the next. Luna, for you, just so we're aware, you are. If there's a bingo already of my streams, somebody, you just got bingo. Ugh, that hurts. Ow. Ah. Fuck, that hurt. I'm also a giant pussy, but it is what it is. All right, let's see here. Boo, Iron Warriors. Thank you. To be fair, still is Luke is a big Imperial Fist fan. Yeah, I wonder if Doran comes back to take him on. I'm not sure I like that or not, though. It kind of feels like rehearsing old fights. I don't think... It depends. It really depends. I mean, if you look at how they brought back the Lion, for example, right? I was expecting pre-Heresy Lion. They did a really good job with it. They really did. They changed him quite a bit and made him a more human character. His personality has changed. He doesn't have that anger in him anymore. He's a very different person than he was when the Horus Heresy was going around. And they could have had the old fights with him, but they didn't. They made him different. They made him new. Same thing with Gilliman. Gilliman's going to be seeing Fulgrim again, but Gilliman will eventually meet Demon Lorgar again. And Gilliman's a very different character than he was in the Horus Heresy because of how much the galaxy has changed and how much he's had to deal with. He's no longer the same person. if they bring back Dorn, we're gonna get the exact same thing with him. He's gonna be a very different character than he was before. I wonder, because I feel like I'm gonna piss off Luke, and I'm really sorry, Luke. I really, really am. I really, really am. But I feel like GW is kind of remorseful that the Black Templars are a second founding chapter because of how much love they've been getting. It's clear to me that they really, really like their Black Templars because of how popular they are, and arguably, and it's just a fact, the Black Templars are more popular than the Imperial Fists. It's a shame that that's the case, but I think that that's the case. And I think what's going to happen is we're going to see Rogel Dorn come back, and he's going to be the rage of Rogel Dorn. He's going to be wearing black armor. He's going to be basically the Primarch of the Black Templars, not the Imperial Fists. And I hate to say that because I like the Fists for the most part because of their legacy in the hobby. But I think I'm right. I think Dorn comes back, and he's going to be a Black Templar Primarch, essentially. He's going to wear black armor. He's going to be angry. He's going to be a very different character than he was when he vanished from the setting. And I look forward to it when that happens. I think that's what happens, though. So if they bring him back, he's not going to be the same person Perturabo knew. He's not. It will be like rehashing old fights, but it's going to be more like a different Dorn altogether. You know. Why do Iron Fist dress like bananas? Why do they dress like bananas, Stolas? I know that too. I've heard XGW say that they prefer Black Templars as the Legion, and it would have allowed for more successor paint jobs. I think it was a Blanche interview. Exactly. And it's a shame, because I really do like the Black Templar. I really do like the Imperial Fist because of what they mean to the hobby. But yeah, GW seems to have a lot of regret about missing out on capitalizing on the Black Templars and making those the original founders. So I think what's going to happen is when Dorn comes back, he's gonna be donning the black armor. He's gonna be Black Templar Dorn, Righteous Fury Dorn. He's not going to be the same Dorn we knew. And I think that's what's going to happen. And if we see him fighting Perturabo as that, it'll be like an old fight, but it'll also be like a brand new character who's just carrying on the legacy of Dorn at that point. No, I mean just bright yellow is silly and they should be embarrassed. Hey, man. My night house uses black and bright yellow. Is that a problem? Are you making fun of my nights too, bro? Do I need to be embarrassed? My feelings, they're hurt. You wouldn't say that about the Lament. Actually, you probably would say that about the Lamenters, actually. You would probably shit talk the Lamenters and say they deserve their death or whatever. That's just cold, man. Okay, next up, I need the site. Uh-oh. There we go. No, that's like wasps. That's cool. That's funny. The Lamenters already got enough shit. You're not wrong. Poor Lamenters, man. Never catch a break. It's very lamentable. You think we should get more named Freeblade characters like Canis Rex? I think what we need... I think the Imperial Knights need a full-on overhaul of a lot of their lore and rules. I really do. I think Freeblades are dope. I personally think more free blades would be great as named characters. I think the knights just need more named characters. Personally, it's just like on my note on it is the knights need more named characters. The knights just need more. Like, you know, we don't necessarily need new kits all the time. Although, would that be nice? If fucking right, it would be nice. But I think we need more named characters in general. I want a named variant of every single knight. I want a named Dreadblade would be cool. Chaos Knights too. Chaos Knights and Imperial Knights both. Knights as a whole, they just need more love, right? I want a named Castellan. I want a named Valiant. I want a named at least one named Dominus, one named Cerastus, one named Acastus would even be nice. But that would require the Acastus Knights getting any kind of love in the lore, and, well, unfortunately, GW seems to not like the Acastus Knights very much. Knight lore is tragically thin. Not only that, it's also tragically, like, thin, yes. Also incomplete, yes. And horribly inconsistent. That's the shame. And we never got our third book. It's also too friendly. I think knights need to be a little crueler. You know, that's fair. You know what? That's fair. I don't disagree with you there. We could use some more grimdark for sure. But we also just need the lore touched up, period. Like, we still have, like, it's probably no longer canon because they don't talk about it as much. But, like, there's a lot of Voltron inside the Imperial Knights. I made a video, a short about that a long time ago. They were inspired by Voltron. Like, that's a fact, by the way. You can look that up. There's a lot of Voltron lore in the Imperial Knights. There's a lot of horrible, inconsistent lore about them that just doesn't go anywhere. And, like, I'd love to see more. I'd also love our trilogy to be finished. It's been a decade, GW. We're now almost as bad as George R.R. Martin done finishing our book series. So, but it'll happen one day, I'm sure. One day. One day. Makes sense. The way they launch the thrones into the knights is very Voltron. Yeah, but they also don't talk about that anymore. They no longer launch the thrones into the knights anymore. Or if they do, they don't talk about it as much as they did in older lore. Now it's the knights are kept in a chamber and you go to the knight and get in the knight and it's a ceremony to it. But they never got rid of the older lore. So now you have these horrible inconsistencies in lore. And then my favorite, right? If you bond to a knight, it takes a while. You have to bond to the throne, right? Voltron book series. So there's two books. I believe it's King's Blade and King's Wrath, or it's King's Wrath and King's Blade, one of the two. And there was supposed to be a third book, Free Blade. So I think it's King's Blade, King's Wrath, and then Free Blade was going to be the final book in the series. And that's been over a decade. They never finished the series. And yes, the Knights were heavily inspired by Voltron when they first came, when the lore was being first developed for them. Well over a decade ago now. I think a decade and a half now. That was before their first models ever came out. It was just like lore fluff. But yeah, they were inspired by Voltron, and there was a trilogy that they never finished. There's only 2 books out for it, so now it's a duology instead of a trilogy, and it's unfinished. It is unfinished, and at this point will never be finished. But, like, so there's one part of the lore that really bothers me, right? So the Castigator, one of my other favorite knight. Not my other favorite model of GWs, although I really do like the Castigator. The Acastus is my favorite model, period, that GW's ever done. But this knight Castigator is my second favorite knight. My second favorite model is a completely different model. But the Castigator as a knight, right, it prefers older pilots with decades of experience. Now, sure, bonding to a throne mechanicum, Sheila, oh my gosh, what's going on? Knights would be better if it was inspired by Gundam. Well, that's why we have Tau battle suits. unfortunately. Okay. What was I saying? Yeah. So you've got, yeah, basically, it's just like the Castigator prefers older pilots who've had a few decades of experience, but then you also have like bonding to a throne mechanicum is only done by aspirants. So how does somebody bond with a Castigator then? If it prefers, if it prefers knights with decades of experience, it doesn't make any sense. How does a Castigator get a pilot? Because a Castigator, you're not going to risk a knight who's had experience to bond to a Castigator and either be rejected and horribly crippled, rejected or killed, or just straight up rejected by the... It's too much of a risk. You're not going to risk somebody who's had decades of experience piloting a knight to maybe take another knight. It's just too much. I would agree with you that they are closer to Evangelion, but the battle suits like the Taunar, for example, very much inspired by Gundam. As much as I hate to say that, they are very much inspired by Gundam. Let's see. Oh. Okay. There we go. Killicons are a superior mecha anyway. That's, you know what, I don't know. I'm not partaken, if you will. This is going to be tricky. This is going to be tricky, but I think I can do this. Maybe, if I can find my tweezers. What did I do with my tweezers? This is what I get for not having an organized desk space. I should have organized this. It's gotten disheveled as time has gone on. Of course. The puppy, ladies and gentlemen, has brought a plastic bag into my room. I don't know where he got it from. Okay. I have to bend. You're gluing armor panels on before painting? That's bold. You're darn right I am. And that's okay. I have a recipe for that, if you recall. Actually, Gage, you're different. I forgot. I have a recipe. What I do is I'm going to be using an airbrush for this for the most part, and it will be relatively easy. But my airbrush, I will be airbrushing my lead belcher through, but I also have an oil wash that I do. And I do an equal parts of black and brown oil washing in over the armor itself, but not the armor plating, but like the frame. And that allows me to differentiate the prime on the armor panels versus the frame itself. So you have a nice differentiation going on there. Putting it during 30k and kind of doing some armored core upgrading, then Castigator can be unlocked mid to late game. That's funny. It would be good though. That would be good. Would you be all right with being a dreadnought? Me personally, fuck no. No. Give me the Emperor's Mercy. I'd rather die. I'd rather be put down like a rabid dog than have to contend with being a dreadnought. Just put me out of my misery, please. All right. Let's see here. Tweezers. All right. There we go. There we go. Let's see here. You'd want to be a Khorne Hellbrute? Well, I'm sure a Hellbrute's probably a little bit better than being a traditional Dreadnought. I'll give you that. But put that back in there for just a second. This is... I've having to bend this quite a bit, so I'm just trying to... There we go. Pee pee poo poo. Thank you, Joshy Poo Poo. Josh from Spruta Saga, everybody. My best friend in life. Best man at my county wedding. Signer of my marriage certificate. I'm in. There we go. Being put in a Hellbrute is the last thing I would want. I don't think I'd have much of a choice. No, being a Hellbrute is way worse, actually. I didn't know that. That's good. It's another reason why Chaos sucks, my friend. For we're 10 times the price, but 10 times the quality. I am actually... Like, this is freaking huge. I did a comparison earlier, Sheila, and I know you know, but bigger than a Questoris Knight. Are you kidding me? That's awesome. I love it. I love this model so much. The one thing I haven't done yet, and the one thing I don't understand is why the hip assembly, piston assemblies go in after everything else. So I haven't done that yet, and I need to do that, which I'm going to have to do that with tweezers because my hands are too freaking big. But pretty much there. I'm almost done. This is exciting. So I've got the power cables hooked up there. I need to get the power module, which is next. I've got this one, and then the secondary cables need to go on. And then I'm done. All that's left is the armor plate, and then the shoulders. Only sucks to suck. Shouldn't have gotten hurt if you didn't want to be a Hellbrute. Listen, I don't know that I'd want to be a Space Marine, if I'm being honest with you. I think that's really what it boils down to, is just don't be a Space Marine. There we go. Yeah, well, that's nice to know that there's a few things out of order. That's okay. And I even did it even further out of order than the instructions would have told me to. But that's okay. I'm going to be all right. I'll make it work. I'm just stubborn enough. You missed it yesterday. I realized I put the toe pistons on incorrect. And that's because the piston and case are separate for posing purposes. Exactly. You missed it yesterday. I found out that I put the toe pistons on incorrectly, and that each one corresponds to a specific piece of armor plating. So I had to do surgery to the toe pistons in order to glue the armor plates on the legs. And I didn't realize just how much different of a profile the armor plating makes. And I've only been staring at the pictures of this model for 10 plus years, but it really does change everything. And if you did the missile pod right, you can open and close the hatch. I did not do it right. I wanted to leave it open anyway. I glued it in place. But check this out. What I did do is I magnetized my missiles so I can swap them out on the fly. So if I need to, I just pop those bad boys in and I can pop them back out and swap them out, which is exciting. Well, kind of. They're a little hard to do that because the magnets are pretty strong. And it's kind of in an awkward position, but I'll deal with that later. But I did. I got it there. It's good to go. I'm very excited. Very, very excited. And I want to leave the hatch open anyway. I like the look of it on. Literally, I did this earlier, and I was able to pull them out, and now I'm having a hard time. So, of course, I would have performance anxiety as the second somebody joins to see it. But got that done, which is exciting. Now I just need to get the secondary cables on, and then all that is left is getting the hip pistons. And then finally, I can finally say this after a decade of waiting, my Knight Porphyrion will be done. Though no one you know would know which missile is which, if you have seen the model. You're not wrong. I did have a problem, one that really pissed me off. I can't find my las cannon anywhere. I don't know where the other las cannon is. I only found one of the two. I have a feeling I had to survive an apocalypse. The puppy got into the box, and I'm lucky I have all the pieces that I do anyway. This could have been really bad. But he got into the box and destroyed a bunch of stuff that was in the box that I had. He opened up the plastic container I had in the corner. So if the only thing that's missing is the one other las cannon, I'm fine with that. So I ended up doing just the auto cannons on it, and I'll probably just run these as las cannons for the most part, but I can just say from game to game which one is which, and that's fine. So, but I am almost done. I'm so excited. This has been a decade in the making. This is my favorite model of all time. And the fact that I have it here. Purple las cannon in the puppy belly. Yeah. Fucking dog. We had an issue with the playpen with the kittens this morning. And he ended up making it much worse, ripping through the hole that was already there and eating all the cat food. So puppy's avoiding me at the moment. He's cute. He's really freaking cute, but he's staying clear from me for a bit. Dad's being a bit scary today. You can usually contact GW and they'll send you another one. Their customer service, especially for resin, is second to none. I might. Well, I've already got the autocannon on. It really isn't that big of a deal. I like autocannons. I prefer ballistics to energy weapons for the most part in just anything I do, not just Warhammer. Because I haven't played much Warhammer in the last 15 years. I played 2 games, and that was in 2009? It's been a while. But honestly, the only reason I was going to do the las cannons anyways because it's only 1 shot instead of 2 shots, and it's a higher average of damage, but it's really not that big of a deal. It is what it is. The decision I was going to make was made for me by fate, and I'd rather that be the case. So, okay, that's it. That is 2 badass las cannons finally done. All that's left is to get the hip pistons in place. I have an idea of how I'm going to do that. Which would be rather Hold on. Haha. Sometimes being fat pays off and you can catch stuff as it falls. Okay. The high degree low count shot is worse if there's small enemies, lots of small enemies. Yeah. Yeah, but the plan I'm planning on running with the Porphyrion is actually, for the most part, the Porphyrion's just going to be an elite killer more than it is going to be a horde killer. I'm planning on running it with a Crusader and a bunch of Armigers. Plus the Acheron for horde clear. And I know, before anyone says anything, the Acheron's not good. Joke's on you, motherfuckers. The Acheron's never been good. I'm not playing Imperial Knights because I'm a power gamer. I'm playing Imperial Knights, which is ranked 25 out of 28 for the love of the game. It's a joke. I'm not calling anyone out here, motherfucker. I love you all. Oh, come on. What is going on here, computer? Why are we freezing up? Hopefully the stream's okay. OBS is having a small freak out moment, so hopefully if it crashes, I apologize. Okay, let's do this. Oh, perfect. So it can fit right in there. Awesome. All right. I'm gonna have to do this off camera. I apologize. I'm gonna do it on camera for this setup. I was just measuring something. There we go. I use it in my sisters as my super anti-tank mech when my opponents have tank-heavy army. Yes. Yes. That is the way to do this. Come on now. Okay. I have not eaten lunch, and I can tell my hands are shaky as fuck. I feel like I'm walking around Leowin right now. I love Oblivion so much. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Now, I'm just going to do a small... small drop there around the edge, and just kind of smooth that out. Haha! And that is how you install a hip piston, even though you did it backwards and shouldn't have done it the way that you did. Alright. We're going to take another, I don't know, centimeter off of the end there. I don't know why I said centimeter like I'm cool and smart. I don't know metric. It's really taken you roughly the same amount of time to do the Porphyrion as it took me to do a Night Ruinator and the 3 War Dogs. Oh, man. I mean, what? Technically, in terms of watch time, probably. In terms of calendar time, I hope it doesn't take you that long. Weeks? Months? Alright. The remaster of Oblivion is really great. Wish they maybe balanced it better, but for Bethesda, it's pretty great. Well, Bethesda didn't even make the remake. They just published it with Microsoft, but it is really good. It's brought all the nostalgia back for me. I love playing it. But I've spent so long playing Oblivion. I think I've had almost 3,000 hours in it on the 360 alone. The only achievements I couldn't get were the Mage's Guild achievements, and because they bugged out, and I could never get them, no matter how many characters I started. But it is such a good game. I spent over 3,000 hours, I think, playing it, like 3,100, I think, in total. And the problem is that I just, even playing the remake, I'm like, I've done all of this so many times. I'm just reliving memory lane. I'm like, oh, I remember when I did this, and then I did that, and then I did that. I'm like, oh, it was so good. They took a lot of good stuff. Yeah. I mean, I love it. It is so good. My dad's never played Oblivion. He played Skyrim. He never played Oblivion, and he was going to with the remaster. But the problem is, he just doesn't have the time. He can't. He hardly has time to play any video games. Man. Oh, it's so nice. Ugh. Alright. Let's get you removed. God damn it. It's so good. Oh, it's so good. Oh, so nice. I have a completed, well, mostly completed Porphyrion Knight. This is so good. Oh. Alright. I'm going to bump my microphone one more time. Oh, my instructions got a little warm from the bowl. I forgot about that. Well, that is another playlist finished, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna have to find something else for background music. Yeah, let's go Halo. I like Halo. We're gonna go all the way back though. Okay. I'm gonna clear my desk now that I've put music back on in the background. Let's pick up the big pieces here. The only Elder Scrolls game you played is Skyrim and you still haven't finished it? That is a shame. Because as great as Skyrim is, for me, Skyrim was the beginning of the decline for Bethesda. Like, I get it. A lot of people say, like, actually Oblivion was the beginning because it started to simplify the game. But the game was still an amazingly good game. Skyrim is a good game. It's great exploration, beautiful world. But the problem I have is it's overly simplistic gameplay. And I'm like, oh, what are you talking about? With Oblivion, it was really simplistic, but it had really deep role-playing mechanics, and Skyrim really started to scale those back. What about Darktide music for background? I was going for something a little more chill than Darktide, but in general, yeah, I like Darktide quite a bit. Okay, just get that over here. I want to see on camera. New Vegas was peak. New Vegas is the best 3D Fallout game. All right, Bethesda can get bent if they're upset about that simple fact. And it is a fact. Okay, I'm sorry, I was clearing off my super glue bottle to kind of put the lid back on. Holy moly, I am so excited. By the way, Shelob, I saw you conspiring with Final to give me Dark Heresy. Don't do it. You've already done so much for me. I would feel like morally obligated to do something like I'd have to play it on stream. And I was going to anyway. I would be buying it anyway. So don't buy me Dark Heresy, please. I beg of you. If we're gonna do it, I'm gonna try to get my dad a copy, and we'll do a family Let's Play. It is hard to get into. The graphics are in fact something that is a barrier for a lot of people, so you don't need to feel bad. That is insane. I mean, it's not glued together. I'm not going to glue it together yet, obviously. I'm going to keep these pieces separate for painting purposes, but oh, fuck it. We'll just lay them down. That's fine. That is insane. You know what, Sheila? That's not wrong. That's not wrong. And Gage, don't feel bad. Fallout 4 is good graphically, but as a role playing game, I found it lacking. But that's the thing. You have to be really into role play games to appreciate older role play games. And I'll tell you how dedicated I am. Okay, I played a game I genuinely hated playing. I hated playing Pillars of Eternity. I don't like CRPGs. I've just never been a big CRPG fan, especially that style of CRPG game. I forced myself to play it, and finally, after like several hours, I got maybe a third of the way through the game, I realized I wasn't fighting the game, and while I wouldn't say I was having fun with the combat and everything, I wasn't hating my time in it. And by the end of it, it's one of the best games I've ever played. The story is immaculate. Because he's expressed his love of the Tau, maybe we should crowdfund a collector's edition for that Kroot model. You son of a bitch. Don't you do it. Don't you keep spreading false rumors. I am an Imperial simp, Final. Don't do this to me. Get an older TV and PS3 and 360 and Skyrim OG in New Vegas will look... yes, an older TV, some older games, and it's true, they don't look great now on modern tech, but older tech it's designed to look good on, and I agree. I agree with that entirely. Okay, I have to go kidnap my wife. I need her to see this and comment on stream, so... bear with me 2 seconds. I will be right back. I'm gonna go steal my wife, but I'm gonna cover this with a blanket so she can see it, the reveal. I'll be right back. Well, actually, I will be right back, but I'm gonna have to do this. Haha. Okay, I'll remove the blanket since you have your hands full with the other two kittens, and I just want you to react because this is amazingly big.
That's huge.
Yeah. What do you think?
It's very cool.
Yeah. I know you got your hands full, but look how big the gun is.
It's very cool.
Yeah, I even got the magnets in for the missile launcher on the top that you can't quite see, but you made that happen.
I love this for you.
Yeah, well, thank you for indulging me. Sorry I disrupted you from kitten time.
You're napping.
Yeah, I know you were napping. I'm sorry. Thank you for indulging me. I just wanted everyone to see what I accomplished, and I wanted you to react to it because I know you bought. This is because of you.
It's very cool. You made lots of progress.
I have made lots. It is basically done. Go nap now. I'll let the dogs in a little bit. All right. She says hi, by the way, everybody. She just also was on the verge of falling asleep and taking a nap, and I, as her husband, disrupted that. So she was upset with me for just a little bit. This is so cool, guys. I honestly, from the bottom of my heart, to everybody here, thank you guys for being here. This is amazing. Thank you guys so much for being a part of this journey. I am so glad I've got the Porphyrion done. Damn, I was gonna go. I guess still got like two more hours of streaming, and I have no idea what I want to do. Yeah, she very eepy. She was cuddling with the kitty cats, and I disrupted that, unfortunately. But I mean, damn, guys. I'm very excited. I'm so glad I've got something so cool like this, and I can't wait to get it painted up. The Venatorus Irae will be painted. I don't know how much of that I will be doing on stream. It's going to require airbrushing, and I can't take my camera to the back of the house because I can't see my computer. But I've got it. Ugh, it's so good. I had to do so much surgery to it. For those who joined me from the very beginning, you'll know I had to patch up the pistons here on the hips because the cat chewed them up. I had to cut the foot off to readjust the foot. I had to cut it here at the hip because I couldn't get to I didn't want to deal with the foot again to rebalance it because it was not sitting flush on the ground. Now it's perfectly stable, no wobble, which is awesome. It just scoots instead of wobbles, so I've got it perfectly flat there. I did so much. You can't see as much with the armor plating, but I did so much gap filling with milliput up here, milliput along the back here. Especially up under here on the carapace, you can't quite see it, but there's a lot of milliput in there. It would be it would be better if it was corrupted by Nurgle. You get that shit out of here. Nurgle is actually the Chaos Knight faction. My Night House is permanently fighting on their homeworld, so you know what? Double get that shit out of here. Yeah, this is awesome. I am so stoked. And this thing is so freaking big. And the gun is taller than a Questoris Knight. And it's not as big as a Cerastus, but I have to say, it's got the bulk. This thing is huge. Yeah, I'm excited. This is awesome. Alrighty. There we go. Well, the Wrath of the Huntsman is complete. Venatorus Irae is done. The only knight I have left in my entire repertoire of knight models to build is my Castigator. And then I'm painting on stream the rest of those knights. I'll have to do a lot of airbrushing to get it started, but once it's done, I'll be doing a lot of the highlighting, the weathering. I have a stencil that I'll be doing for my custom knight emblem, which someone on Etsy was so gracious to make for me, even though I paid them for it. Still, I really appreciate that hard work, because they did a lot of extra work for me, because I had to send them a PNG and they had to convert the file. It was awesome. So, God. Okay, hold on. We're gonna do a thing. We're gonna do a thing. I'm gonna hide my phone. Hey, you busy at the moment?
Technically still working, but what's up?
It's a visual aid. I'd have to FaceTime you. I hope that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi. So, did a thing today. It's finished. I got it done.
Yes, you did.
It is done. I'm finished it on stream. Everyone's say hi to Papa Wizard, everybody. But yeah, I got it done. I finished and I wanted to show it off. This thing is freaking huge, by the way.
It's a really big gun.
It's a huge gun. Oh,
It's girthy.
it's that it is, Dad. But yeah, I got it. It's all finished. I got the missile pod launcher here on the top. I have magnetized it so I can swap out my missiles on the fly if I need to.
As you should. As you should.
But I am all I have left is I got to glue the shoulder pads on, but I'm gonna wait till I can paint first so I can measure how much of gap I want to put there. But I've got it all done. Gaps there. I had to legs are done with the armor plating and everything, so it is built. I just got to glue it together and paint it.
Ready to assemble.
Indeed. So.
Are you going to paint it and then assemble it? Because that seems like it would be easier.
No, I'm going to paint it and then assemble it. So I've got it in sub-assemblies, so I will be painting the weapons, the legs, the torso, everything separately, and then gluing it all together once it's all said and done.
How are my kids?
Taking a nap with Mama, because I just disturbed her nap earlier. She had to come in here and look at this on stream. So, also people say hi, Papa Wizard.
Hello, internet people.
But yeah, so I don't know what to do with the rest of my time. I only have one more night to finish, and then I guess I'm going to be painting on stream.
It's a one-night love affair.
That's funny. That's funny. Well done. Well done.
Thank you. Brian Adams, ladies and gentlemen.
Brian Adams. Fair enough. Well, there's the camera. Say hi.
Hi.
All right, I'll let you go. I just wanted to show it off. I got it finished.
That's cool. Proud of you.
Thank you, Pa.
Yep. See.
All right, bye. I just wanted to show off to the two people who got me the night, my dad and my wife. So, holy freaking moly! And the somber Halo music, it really hits this. Like, I don't know what to do now. This has been a legit dream of mine for over a decade. Like, real talk, I'm a little emotional. I'm not gonna lie. This has been a dream of mine for over a decade, and my wife and my dad made this happen as a birthday present to me, and I'm so touched. I can't believe soon I'll be able to actually play with this thing. And my wife got me my second favorite knight model, the Castigator, and I'm going to be getting that finished. And I'll have a whole army set up, which is something I've never been able to do before. I've tried multiple times. I've failed multiple times to get a Warhammer army done, and now I have a full one, and I have my favorite model of all time, which is just amazing. Man, sorry, I'm legit like tearing up just a little bit. This is wonderful. Everyone in my life who's made this possible is thank you guys so much. You know who you are, and everyone here. Thank you for sharing this journey with me. I'm not done streaming today or anything, but like, it's been nice to be able to share my love of Knights and the Porphyrion, and then have you guys be along for the journey. It's just thank you guys so much. It's just been wonderful. Well, I have an idea of what to do for the rest of the time, but I got to go let the dogs back in. So give me just a little bit of time. Get them in, grab some of the supplies I need, and I will be right back. Okie dokie. All right. So, I thought we would try a little change of pace since I finished building the Porphyrion for today. Well, I guess in general, but for today, I thought we would do a little bit more blackout painting and see if I can actually do that better on camera this time around. So, I had to get my chili powder and the rest of my accoutrement, but I thought we'd try some more. So, I thought I'd show them off and see if it'll show up well on camera. I had to let this sit for a couple of days before I decided I was ultimately happy with it. Did I go on a pee break? Kind of. A chili powder break, if you think about it. Wow, these are really red on camera. Holy crap, that's bright red. You can't even see any of the detail. Probably because I'm washing it out with all of this fucking light. Let's try that. No, still pretty red. You can't even see the highlight on this. Oh, well. But I was going to try doing a little bit more painting here. You can kind of see some of the highlights. It's all right. Anyway, I've done a lot of work here doing some highlighting on some of these on the fatigues, which I'm actually really pleased with now that I've let it sit for a little bit for me. And I thought I'd do a little bit more. So, welcome back, Jack. So, I don't know why I said that. I just needed to fill the dead air. Whoop. Alrighty. Hope that's amicable for everybody. Let me just shake this up, actually. Now, for any curious, I'm using the Two Thin Coats range of paints. I find them to be really good paints compared to, like, Citadel. They're really same quality, but, like, half the price. Time for me to get my kid ready for bed, but thanks for the stream. It was really cool to see you finish building your night. You know what, Gage? Thank you for stopping by. And you know what? I hope your kid goes to bed without very little fuss. And thank you again, like I said, just for stopping by and saying hi. It really does mean a lot to me. So, got a little water here on the palette. Let me see here. I've got actually a pipette right here I could use. There we are. Yeah, it really does mean a lot that you guys joined me today for finishing the Porphyrion. I didn't think I was going to get hit in the feels as much as I did, but it does mean a lot. It's one of my favorite models of all time, and just the very fact that I've finished it. And I'm a little sad that that part of my journey is complete, but I'm very excited for what the future holds for that. So, I'm very excited. So Gage, thank you for joining me for that, man. It really does mean a lot. Okay. Just need you there. Just gonna do a little more edge highlighting on these fatigues. I'm actually keeping it on camera for once. This is actually quite nice. Man, I remember when Halo was good.
So, I'm actually really excited to play some Blackout as well. I have the 2-player starter set, and I don't even know what I'm going to do for the UN forces in it. I've only ever given any thought to my boon forces, and I am very excited to see my boon forces get finished. I'm very stoked for that.
There we go. Trying to get that in there. So, anyway, if anyone has any topics of conversation or questions, I'd be more than happy to oblige you. I'm going to go to work with a painted thumbnail again, and everyone's going to comment how pretty. That's the funniest thing about this for me, is everyone I work with has commented how pretty my thumbnail looks. Obviously in a joking manner, but still. Oh, man. This is more nerve-wracking than I thought it would be. Don't fall off. I'm actually not doing this on camera again. I'm fucking sorry, guys. More blue text, what I need. 1 second here. Always got my emergency supply. Now, I've actually heard a lot of great things about Blackout, and they actually had a pretty big announcement during Adepticon, which was awesome. They've announced a new force that they're adding to the game. I am surprised, however, by how little fanfare they have. It's still a very small community of people dedicated to the game. And it's shocking to me, considering how well received it is, how little attention this game actually gets. Not going to be a very good conversationalist while doing this, unfortunately. There we go.
trick here for me is I like a little bit more paint on my brush than most people do for this kind of thing. But it does bite me in the ass more often than not. Getting this here. A lot of ridges here on the bottom of the legs that just, for me, are hard to reach, but just a little bit of this orangey red from Demon Red by Two Thin Coats does a lot of heavy lifting for you. Which is great. Just a very nice, smooth paint, all in all. Like, Two Thin Coats does great work. Go. Some nice highlights there on the back of the thighs. It's really hard to see on this camera because it's so washed out from the light, but I don't know how to balance the coloring, unfortunately. But it's coming along quite nicely. I'm trying to go for this like Martian red fatigue style here. There we go. Sharpen that tip right back up here. And then, of course, you've got all these cloth ruffles right here on the arms that just require the barest delicate touch. And I don't know if anyone's noticed, I have massive hands, and this is not the easiest thing for me with big hands. I kind of suck at it. But if I can build a Porphyrion, suffer terribly because I fucked up, and can just power through with sheer bullheadedness and determination, I should be able to accomplish the same thing. By just powering through here. What color are you going to use to prime the Porphyrion? Probably going to do Lead Belcher if I had to do a color. I think Lead Belcher is just a really solid gunmetal color to work with for priming for that exact purpose. And then what I'm going to do on the frame is I'm going to go through with an oil wash, and I'm going to wash it with black and brown in equal portions. I'm going to do one layer of black and one layer of brown and kind of do splotches of each. You know, just a little here and a little there. And I think that's going to get the effect I'm looking for. Leaving the armor panels pretty much untouched on the oil wash, but the frame will do a great job of weathering the model underneath, while also allowing the panels themselves to seem somewhat pristine. And I think that's going to be the best way to go about doing it. Belcher is, especially when you're doing like knights and such, it is such a good paint to have at your disposal. Nice.
There we go. Got to run to a meeting, so I'm going to lurk for a bit. You know what, Final? Thank you so much, though. Man, it lurk as much as you want, but and I'll let you know about tonight when it comes to Windrose, my guy. I will let you know. But yeah, you're right, Luke. Lead Belcher is one of the best ones for knights specifically, because it's just that good industrial metal color. Can I just say, I really do. This community is so great. Everyone's so nice to one another. It's one of the nicest communities out there. In a way, I hope I never really grow as a content creator, because I never want to lose that close-knit, friendly community that we've got. And I love knowing every single person that comes into the chat and just talks with everybody. And honestly, I'd be happy if I never got another subscriber. If I just stayed at 205 and everyone here just showed up for one another, I'd be happy. It's just so wonderful. Nice. All right, let's get that pocket on his leg. I am not on camera again. Zach, you dummy. Here. Let's just push everything forward ever so slightly. That'll make it a lot easier. Lower that microphone so I can lean in real close. Go back over that. Got a nice big pocket there. Ow, there we go. Elbow popped. Sorry about that. Here we go. That's one highlight down. So I've got highlights on three.
Let's get another one down. Now, Blackout is a game, I know it's set in a different star system, but it is set in the near future, which is kind of cool. I like that. It's also a hard sci-fi, or at least the closest you can get to a hard sci-fi with that advanced level of technology. But it is intriguing. I like the setup. I like the universe. I think it would make a great tabletop RPG. Something that's like a skill-based, hyper-lethal kind of game. Games like Stars Without Numbers comes to mind, but like I think a proper, like, full-on, realized tabletop setting book for the world would be just chef's kiss. Because I think, there's a lot of sci-fi games out there, but this one hits a particular itch I don't think a lot of games hit. And it's got a lot of very interesting lore. It's not, I wouldn't say rich lore, but it's really interesting. Why I remembered to think, but I think the Jetsons was set in 2004. You are correct. It was set in the far distant world of 2004, and I only remember the year it was set in because of the Harvey Birdman Attorney at Law cartoon. Why? I that's the reason I know. You'd have to ask my brain. And I don't think my brain even has an answer for you. Where did I put my Nuln oil? I know it's in here somewhere. It's gotta be in here. Oh. Oh well. Not important. I was going to use it to fix a mistake I had made, but I don't see it, so oh well. I have my Reichland Fleshblade, but that doesn't help me here. That is a random thought, Luna. I don't know why you thought that. There we go. Good highlight there. get that loaded up there. All right, let's go ahead and get the base of this coat. Huh. I don't know either. You know, Len, if you figure it out, let me know. Yeah, the game I think is for Blackout set in 2113. In a distant world, Earth was destroyed by nuclear war, but not because of the reason you think. It was nuked by the United Nations, as the United Nations was launching its fleet to go to the new planet they had discovered. And basically America colonized Mars, and then Mars declared independence from Earth before that happened. And this is the guys I'm painting now are actually from Mars. And they're launching a war against the United Nations, which has colonized a planet in a different star system of Proxima Centauri. The closest star to our own. And that's the setting for the game, which is really cool. There's a lot more to it. It's not just that, but... yeah, it's really interesting. I like the faction of that I'm building, Task Force Boone, because they try to describe that there are no good guys, but in my opinion, Task Force Boone are the good guys. Then you have the United Nations, which has conquered the other planet of Able. They colonized it more than conquered it, but they are demonstrably the bad guys. They now call themselves the Authority, and they've instituted severe lockdowns on the planet, and they nuked Earth, and then they nuked a lot of colonists who came to Able, the new planet Able, and claimed it was self-defense. I don't know how you can claim self-defense when you nuke people. It's not like they nuked first. It's just they ambushed these ships as they were coming into orbit and nuked them, killing millions of humans, and then they destroyed the Earth by nuking the Earth. And I don't know. They never really said why they did that, but it's probably to protect themselves from retaliation, because eventually word was going to get out what happened. And so Mars, they fight back, right? And they destroy most of the fleets in Sol, but Earth has been devastated, so there's not any really humans left except Mars and a few survivors of a nuclear holocaust, essentially. So Mars is like, well, we're going to declare war on these guys, and they're going to show up on Able to basically destroy the Authority and commit a regime change on the planet, which is rather interesting. Of course, knowing Stoll is he would root for the Authority, the bad guys of the setting, and that's okay. Ah, The Siege of Madrigal. What a great song. Fun fact, this song was only ever used in one other game that Bungie ever made, and the thing was, it was for a flashback sequence, and it was so sad. But Marty O'Donnell loved it. Happy 444. Oh, thank you, Luke. It is actually 344 for me, but I know where you are located now, time zone wise, and I will use this knowledge against you somehow, some way. I'm not sure how I could, but I'll find a way. There we go. That's another guy down. All right, making good progress. Now, I did do the pant legs on this guy, right? I started and I fucked up real bad. All right. So that's 4 out of 7 guys down. And once I'm done with the red on these guys, I'm gonna have to turn around and start painting out the rest of the armor. And I haven't even figured out what I want to do recipe-wise, color-wise. The only piece of information I knew I wanted was to do red fatigues. So I don't have any idea what I'm gonna do the rest-wise. I definitely know I want some black on here. I think that'll look really sick. There we go. Got some nice, like, texture all over the pants here. I'm trying to get as much of this texture as I can.
Have you heard about the time when the Death Corps of Krieg sieged a city for 5 years before the city surrendered, and then they continued the siege for another 5 years? Yes, and they turned it into rubble because they refused to accept the surrender. I did hear about that. It's actually one of the more fascinating aspects about the Kriegs. Funnily enough, you want to know what I think is my favorite guard regiment of all time is probably the Vestroyan Firstborn. And what I love about the Vestroyan Firstborn is that I think of them as like everyone thinks the Kriegs are cool, and I don't think the Kriegs are like uncool. Don't get me wrong. Before I say anything else, I like the Kriegs a lot, but one thing about the Krieg I think is interesting is that they're like on repentance, and that's why they do what they do. They have to die to repent in the eyes of the Imperium and all that. But they're also like super grimdark, and I love the grimdarkness. Hold on, I think I need to take an Erebus. It'll never not be funny to me that we have that as a meme in our community. But the Vestroyan Firstborn, I call them the good guy Kriegs, right? And they're good guy Kriegs, like is the terminology, which is a little bit of a misnomer. I don't think the Kriegs are bad guys. But what I love about them so much is that their story parallels the Kriegs. It's not the exact same story, but it is a very similar story. During the Horus Heresy, they did not pick a side. They didn't know which side was the right side to fight for, so they abstained for quite a large portion of the Horus Heresy. And so, as repentance, they donate or they volunteer their firstborn son of every noble family to join the guard, so that way they can repent in the eyes of the Imperium, because they did not come to the Emperor's aid, and they wonder if the Emperor would have ended up on the Golden Throne. Now the thing about Vestroya is it is an armory world. They make weapons. And very, very good weapons. They're mastercrafted weapons. So their weapons are highly sought after. And one of the things that like the Vestroyan Firstborn is it's based off of World War I as well. And we have, Germany, World War I Germany, which is the Kriegs. We also have a World War I Russia with the Vestroyan Firstborn. Now, I say this because I really do think that they're an excellent regiment. Underappreciated regiment, too. To the point where almost all of my characters in Darktide, I purchased the regimental skin for. Obviously, I didn't do that for the Arbites or for the Hive Scum, because you can't. But if I could have, I would have. Because they're really cool. I love them. The master-crafted weapons, the World War I Russian aesthetic. It's a really nice aesthetic. But their story parallels the Kriegs. They fight in repentance for their sins against the Imperium and against the Emperor. And they're World War I. Whereas, World War I Germany with the Kriegs, they fight to redeem themselves in the eyes of the Imperium and in the eyes of the Emperor, because they believe that their planet almost fell to heresy by seceding from the Imperium of Man. So, you have very similar parallels there. Now, they're not a siege regiment. I think the Vestroyans are just like a really solid regiment and just in general, but it's rather interesting that there's parallels between the two. My hair is in my eyes. Problem I never had to deal with for a long time, and then I met my wife who loves my long hair. So I don't cut it for her, but Jesus, it gets annoying. Hey, Wizard, I have a question. Why do you keep putting paint on your nail? Good question. So I put paint on my nail. So I want to make sure I have enough paint on my brush that I can deposit it, but I don't want too much paint. I want to see how it's painting over a surface. So I paint it on my nail to see, is it too thick or is it too thin? Am I getting globs of paint? Can I see my brush stroke, or is it a thin, almost translucent layer of paint? And I can see that before I put anything on the model by using my thumbnail. A lot of people also use like their skin, so they'll paint on their skin and see how it interacts, but I think the nail for me is my preferred way of doing it. But that's why I do it. And it's kind of a ritual at this point. So I know kind of, now that I've played around with this for enough time on stream, how the paint is going to come off the brush based on how much like water I've mixed into the paint and whatnot. But I always check, is that too much? Is that too little? And you can see the wet versus the dry in real life on camera. You probably can't tell. But that's why I'm doing that. It lets me see exactly how much paint I have on the brush, how it comes off the brush. If it's too watery, if it's too thick, if it's too thin, if it's just right. And I can adjust it as necessary. Sometimes I'll get it on the brush and I'm like, no, that's way too thick. I need to thin that down. Or sometimes I'll get it on the brush and I'm like, no, that's way too thin. I need more paint. And so that's why I do that. Huh. I think I finished the Halo playlist now too. I'm not used to having to swap music 2 or 3 times a stream. Thank you, Final. Interesting, but one thing, though, I kind of wish does come off through, because I hate having to paint my nails like a girl. No, Final, you took number 1 from me. Well, listen, I'm going to be real with you. It's really not that bad. I only ever do my thumbnail, and if anyone gives me crap at work, I just tell them I paint my nails for my wife. Yeah. We'll do some lo-fi Halo. How does that sound? But yeah, one of the things I actually really want to do, because I this is a way back machine, because Luke asked this question a while ago now. I want to paint, not paint, but I want to put the names of my major supporters and people who've been there for me in the hobby, like Shelob and Luke and Final and Miri and Stolas and everything, on nameplates for my guard army I want to do, which is going to be themed around my knights anyway, which I think will be really cool. I'm really liking, it's random tangent, I know, I'm really liking the paint recipe I've got here for these fatigues. Now that I've got highlights on them, and it doesn't really show up well on camera, but now that I've got the highlights going on them, they look really good, I have to admit. And I'm going to hit the microphone again. Sorry, boys. And girl, because Luna. Okay, that's pretty good. No, how dare you mute me again? No, what? I didn't mute you. Did I mute you? Oh, did you mean mute? I don't know. You're probably not talking to me.
Just gonna get this. I have a question. Does the paint come off of your nail, or is it just stuck on there? It will come off. I have to scrub at it, to be fair. I wash my hands pretty vigorously, but yeah, it'll stay on there for a while, but it's not that big of a deal for me. I can understand, however, if you don't want your nail painted, if that's annoying. There we go. My nails are basically forever covered in chaos black. I get it. Every time I manage to get it off, I prime some more. Dude, I get it. You know, there's a lot of people, and I don't know if I'm going to do this myself, but there's a lot of people who buy, like, nitrile gloves. For that very reason, my guy. I've thought about it. I'm not going to lie. Is it me, or am I missing one of my night sprues? I've tried to cut them all out, and I'm missing a sprue, I feel. So in the more recent kits, I've noticed Canis Rex is no longer auto included. I don't know if that's something that you've been dealing with, but that's something for me. Canis Rex is no longer auto included. It's now just the Defender. I have some just lazy. I get it. I use them when I assemble so I don't rub paint off. I get that. I wear gloves all the time at work. I have eczema all over my hands, and it's a hereditary autoimmune issue, I guess, is what I've heard. I don't know if that's true or not, but I have to wash my hands so much during the day that I actually have, like, made my eczema extremely worse. Just like horribly worse. In the course of trying to keep my hands clean at work. So I don't want to wear gloves at home, because every time you take gloves off, your hands are sweaty. You'll want to wash your hands, especially when you're working with food. So I'm like, I'm good. I don't want to deal with that, personally. You found it? It was in between your trash can and your desk? Woo, man, I'm glad you found it. Go. What do I do for work? I work in a kitchen. Oh, wow. I have to do, so I have to get my cans off hammer. Oh, that's fair. I work in a kitchen at a juvenile detention center. It's really, actually, a really, 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 really good job. Pays well. Not as well as my wife, but you know what? I have the insurance, government insurance. It's great. It's just they take sanitation very seriously, as do I. Every kitchen I've ever worked in, you have to wash your hands a bunch. And then the best part is it's the cleanest kitchen I've ever worked in my life. So it's great. Hey, Ruler of Madness, hey yo, how's it going? It's going great, brother. Doing my best to try to paint a blackout model. Actually, I finished building my Porphyrion on stream earlier, but I'm doing a little highlighting on my blackout minis so I can get them ready to play. Truly is the cleanest kitchen I've ever worked in, though. There we go. But yeah, getting some blackout models painted. I'm actually thoroughly enjoying. And I haven't painted in years. Like years. And I have to say, I'm rather pleased with how this recipe's coming out for this Martian Red. Now, it's not showing up great on camera. One, because my hand's right in front of the camera. But the red is just really popping on camera. I think I need to balance the color correction a little bit. But that's a problem for future Wizard. Right now, I am going to keep trying to paint and not... Is it as clean as your mom's kitchen, though? Cleaner. I'm not kidding when I say cleanest kitchen I've ever worked in my life. But my mom's a close second. Very close second. Have you heard of Soilworks? I don't think I have heard of Soilworks. Trying not to shove my brush right in the camera's face, guys. I'm really sorry about that. Tell me about Soilworks. I have no idea what it's about. Paint the top of my shoulders here real fast. Perfect. So that's another one down. One more to go. Wow, if it's cleaner than your mom's kitchen, then it's got to be clean. Dude, it is one of the cleanest kitchens I've ever been in. And we get inspected pretty regularly. They make acrylic paste, which is great for bases. Oh, I'll have to check those out, actually. Who's responsible for cleaning in the kitchen? Everybody is. Everybody is. We all pitch in. We have a weekly kitchen cleaning schedule, a monthly cleaning kitchen schedule, and everyone is accountable for their job they have to sign off on. It's all about like government paperwork, unfortunately, but it's a really like very well run job. We get inspected pretty regularly. We have health inspectors that come in twice a year. We have federal inspectors that come in. We have state inspectors and county inspectors that come in all the time. So we have to be prepared at a moment's notice if we get an inspection. And now, we normally know a little bit in advance when they're coming, but they don't give us much advance. And sometimes they just randomly swing by. So we need to make sure that we're ready to pass any inspection as necessary because we are a correctional facility. So we're subject to federal law, state law, and county ordinance. So it's a very big deal when when someone fails, but we've never failed an inspection, ever. We've had people come in and say it's the cleanest kitchens that they've ever inspected in their entire career. Like, we've had a health inspector who's worked for 20 years, I think, for the state, and they said it was the cleanest kitchen they've ever seen in their life. And they've worked for a long time in the business, so we do good work. The pots they make are 100 mils and are a fairly good price for 100 mils. That's yeah. I'll have to check them out. I really will. I'm very curious. I have these like purple plants I bought. I was gonna do for my Leagues of Votan, which their paint scheme is actually inspired by one of my favorite shaders in Destiny. Yes, I played Destiny. No, I don't play anymore. I haven't played in a long time. Did you guys should be professionals? I mean, like, I've worked in the industry, food industry, for over a decade. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't play Destiny any longer, but I did have a then you guys must be professionals, I meant to say. Yeah. We all take our jobs fairly seriously, and we do good work. My favorite shader in the game was called Callus's Selected. Now, Final might even appreciate this from a palette perspective, right? It's a predominantly white color with a black undertone. So, like, you know, if you have Space Marine armor, the undersuit would be black. Armor would be white with metallic gold involved, and then a small amount, but a hint of royal, almost like a cool, like purple, like a borderline blue, vibrant purple involved. And it is one of my favorite like color schemes ever. In fact, I'll actually give me 2 seconds. It's old and it's been beat up because I didn't matte varnish the car, and it's like I said, I'm not proud of it, but I'll show you what I'm talking about. So the model's actually pretty beat up, but I made this. This is the color scheme I went with. Lots of gold, lots of black accents, but you can kind of see the touches of purple everywhere. There's purple here in the back lights, in the visor, in the springs, on the handles down here, on some of the cloth, on the spring over there. There's a purple light on the chest in here. There's a purple screen, purple handle there with gold. But this is the color scheme I went for my Leagues of Votan, and I want to get back to them eventually. I'm probably not going to do this exact color scheme. The white's just a pain in the ass, and I'm not very pleased with. I got like purple lenses in the goggles, but it's not a very good paint job. It looks better on camera than it does in person. But I love the scheme, and this is based off of my favorite shader in Destiny, and I have purple plants I got because I was going to do white grass and a purple tuft of grass on like a long grass. But I got white static grass and then purple tufts that I was going to put one tuft on each of the bases. And I thought, oh, that would look really good for the Callus's Selected color scheme, you know. But I think I'm going to use those purple tufts for these guys. These guys are on an alien world, technically. The only other world mankind has ever colonized, because, you know, Mars is in the Sol system and there's not very many people on it. And then you've got, you know, Earth has been nuked by the United Nations, so they've colonized an entirely other world called Able. And I was like, oh, well, that's an alien world. I could just do purple plants on the bases for these guys, and I think that's what I'm going to do. But I like that. I love that purple and white color scheme. It is really pretty. Purple, white, gold, and black. Favorite shader in Destiny. I will never play Destiny ever again. I've quit Destiny 3 times, and the last time has stuck. I'm not going to have my friends or my dad, who I played with a lot, drag me back into it. I'm good. Because now my dad's done with Destiny. He's like, yep, I'm out. I'm good. I don't need to go back. And I said, you know what? Good on you, Dad. Good on you. Howdy, howdy. Hey, what's going on, Fire Mango? How you doing? Glad to see you. Sorry for the paintbrush directly into the camera. I'm working on it, but sometimes these angles you just need to get in there and...
How's your day been going? He's talking, yeah.
I hope your day has been going well, Mango.
Sorry, I'm going to DSP you in the microphone there. My apologies. Been doing all right. Been doing all right. Been relaxing all day. You know what, Mango? That's great. I'm glad you've been relaxing, man. This is, as you can tell, this is not Warhammer, nor is this a Porphyrion. I actually finished my Porphyrion earlier today on stream. So I thought, I didn't have anything else planned. I thought I'd go ahead and do a little painting on some blackout models that I got. Decided to throw on some streams and actually paint your minis. Well, that's great, man. I'm glad. You're already doing way better than like 90% of the people who get in the hobby if you're putting paint on plastic. In this instance, I'm putting paint on resin, but they're just gorgeous. And unfortunately, the colors really washed out on camera, but I really love this paint scheme I've got. This recipe for Martian red fatigues I've got going on is really nice. I'm just tickled pink. Well, paint on metal. Oh, really? What you painting? Hey, Wizard, I have a question. What is your favorite dish to cook in the kitchen? Oh, some laser burn minis, and I'm painting up for those in the note. Laser burn, huh? I have no idea what that is. I'm gonna look that up on my phone real fast. Give me 2 seconds. My favorite thing to cook in the kitchen, honestly, it's a dish called spaghetti all'assassina. It is basically what my wife loves to call fried spaghetti. It's basically what it is. And it is... Oh, hello. Huh. These have, like, a great look to them. Oh, my gosh. 1980s. Oh, wow. After co-founding Citadel Miniatures, but before designing WFB. That's awesome. I love like that retro aesthetic. I really do. I'll finish my comment in a second here, Luke. I've actually been collecting laser burn for years now. It's one of the direct predecessors to 40K. Yeah, well, I love that retro look. I love like early 40K models too. They're gorgeous. Bright, vibrant, and in your face, but I love them. If I ever could, I would collect squats. Spaghetti all'assassina. So basically, there's a story behind the dish, which is basically a cook, a chef, was making pasta in Italy, in Rome, when he was distracted by a beautiful lady, and instead of putting his pasta in the pot of boiling water, he threw his pasta in a skillet with oil that he was frying up some hot peppers in. So he ended up throwing his pasta sauce in with the boiling water and ladling the tomato broth, essentially, over the top of the noodles to cook them, since he couldn't take them out of the pot because they were sticking to the pan so bad. And he kept doing that until the noodles were cooked and it burned them a little bit. And he served it to the patron, who said, "What are you trying to do? Kill me?" Because it was so spicy. And that's the story of spaghetti all'assassina, or in English, the assassin's spaghetti. It is really good. It also goes through a stage when you're cooking it where it smells exactly like SpaghettiOs. Laser burn stuff is still in active production? Wow. Okay, that's awesome. I'll have to check that out. I really love the retro aesthetic to it. Oh yeah, super easy, man. You get a skillet, right? Whatever pan you've got, and the noodles will stick. You throw them in with the oil, some garlic, and some red pepper flake.
You take a can of tomato sauce and mix it with that same can's worth of water in a pot, and you bring it to a simmer, and then you cut the heat off. And what you do is you ladle it over the top of the noodles as they're frying in the skillet. And what that does is it slowly cooks it, but it also caramelizes the tomato, which makes it sweeter. But then you also want it to burn to your noodles a little bit. You want it to burn and stick. And that's where the flavor comes from. It's a really good dish. My wife loves it, and I'm actually going to make it tonight for dinner if she's up for it. I'm going to go to the store and get the stuff. I didn't place a Walmart order like I was supposed to, so I'm going to get crap for that, I'm sure. But I deserve it. Alternative Armies has everything. I'm going to have to check that out. The story reminds me of how the tea was discovered. Really? How was tea discovered? Wizard's in trouble with his wife. I probably will be a little bit, and that's okay. I usually am a little bit, but it's deserved. It's always deserved. I'm still waiting on that story, Luna. I'd love to hear how tea was discovered. She's getting threatened to take away. She's gonna threaten to take away your Porphyrion and not let you paint it. No, I don't think she'll do that. She owes me some Iden F. Deepkin time, and she won't do that. She doesn't want to build or paint her models. I know what you meant. She won't do that, because if she does, I'll threaten her that she'll have to paint her Iden F. Deepkin models with me, and she does not want to build or paint them. Awesome. Okay, now let's get the arms on this guy, and then that's it. I've highlighted everything. Okay. Tea was discovered when the Chinese emperor was boiling some water to make it safe to drink, and then some leaves from a nearby bush fell into the pot, and he took a rock and tried to find... Oh, and tried it. Oh, okay. So he took a rock and tried it and found it was good. I did not know that, actually. There are so many foods where I'm like, how many tries did it take before we figured out something that was good for us? Like, how many humans died to eating mushrooms before we were like, oh, yep, this one's good, this one's not, this one's good, this one's not. This one killed Ricky. Bob seems to be doing okay, and Timmy is seeing the face of God right now. Well, Luna said it's true, by the way. I read it a while ago in a history book. Awesome. And this mushroom made John's giblets explode. Not my giblets. That's funny. The fact that that has survived as a meme is great. I'll have to call Josh and let him know. That's fine there. Okay. That's it, guys. That is my last guy highlighted. I'm very proud of that. Not his giblets anything, but his giblets. The fact that that's still surviving as a meme is amazing. I love that. Yeah, I'm actually going to be making that spaghetti all'assassino the assassin spaghetti tonight for dinner. Will my meme end up rivaling taking an Erebus? What, the giblets? The fact that the meme of giblets is still is survived is amazing to me. Josh will be so pleased. But yes, giblets will be staying for sure, if that's what you're asking about. Because good old JD from Spur to Saga on Space Marine 2, that's all I remember. Him screaming, he's trying to get my giblets in the loudest, most obnoxious Scottish accent I've ever heard in my life. Awesome. Okay, well, that is the last Edge highlight for the fatigue. So that's all 7 of these guys now Edge highlighted. Now I just got to come up with a recipe for everything else. But taking an Erebus is so good. That was really funny. Well, I've done it. Now I just got to come up with other colors for the rest of the stuff. Now, I'm actually... these models are really quite gorgeous, I have to admit. They are quite gorgeous. Good sculpts. 3D printed on a resin printer, which is not a problem for me. A couple of them have a little bit of goobers on them, but it's not that big of a deal. I can fix those. Just need to get these pockets here on the back of his coat. You don't remember me? That was... Oh, you know, if that was you getting him to say it, then yes, Luke. Yes. It will survive. Josh will laugh, because he had a lot of fun saying it. But if that was you doing it, then yes, for sure, Luke, it will survive. There's something about the word giblets that's just so satisfying. You're correct. Objectively correct. Well, everybody, I did it. That was a long stream today. Almost went 4.5 hours, almost 5 hours. Oh, it is almost 5 hours, actually. Holy moly. We've been going for just a couple minutes shy of 5 hours now. That's awesome. Well, everyone, I want to say thank you guys for stopping by. I finished the Porphyrion today, which was a huge, huge goal for me. And I've gotten into working on my Blackout, which I'm going to be doing again on stream. I don't know when I'll be able to get back to these in particular. I just have one more night I need to do. Actually, I think I might be one of your youngest OG subscribers. Luke, you are one of my OG subscribers and probably the youngest one for sure. But
I just want to say thank you, everybody, for tuning in today. It was really, really, really impactful. I had a great day today finishing the Porphyrion. We've gone for just about 5 hours now, which is awesome. I think that's great. I just want to say, if you guys enjoyed what you saw, please feel free to leave a like. I greatly appreciate that. I am so pleased with everything here. I'm going to go ahead and paste, for those who are new, I'm going to paste in the chat a link to my Discord. If you guys enjoyed what you saw, if you like the vibes that we put out here, if you like the people that have been interacting in chat, if you wanted to be a part of that community that I'm trying to grow, feel free to join the server. I am still trying to set it up, so I'm a little bit of a boomer when it comes to Discord, but I'll get everything figured out. I'll have rules and pages and roles and everything for everybody here shortly, I hope. But I want to say, again, thank you guys so much. And I'll catch you guys later. All right? Ta-ta.